Chapter 1672. 1672. The 1672 Immortal Fire Lark Clan did not give up. A powerful assassin organization would cause all the forces to be afraid, even to the point of being terrified. The former underworld assassin organization had assassinated more than 1,000 great demons of the 10,000 Fey Empire who were at the profound void tier in one night. Their reputation shook the entire Transcendence continent. They were known as the most powerful assassin organization. And now, the assassin organization under Wang Xian would definitely be famous throughout the entire Transcendence continent. The 500 assassin organizations that had the ability to assassinate a level 6 SETHROUGH expert did indeed have such capabilities. Their voices shook the entire continent. If there were no other factions interfering, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop wouldn't dare to continue wasting their time with us. Feng Yun said in a deep voice. The news that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan received was very accurate and timely. In Fengtian City, there were disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan disguised as a mercenary group and stayed there. From the information they received, they could clearly recognize the strength of this assassin organization. She could even tell that their Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples were filled with fear. At that time, they were hiding in Fengtian City. If they were unlucky, they might be among the assassins. With young Master Wang's assassin organization, we don't have any scruples even if they don't leave. A few clan elders said excitedly. Back when Wang Xian came, he had mentioned that he had an assassin organization. However, the high-level members of the Fire Lark clan didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were facing an organization that was only inferior to an empire. However, when they saw this piece of information, they couldn't believe it. However, when they thought about how young Master Wang was able to raise Hualuoer, who had just matured, to the 8th level of the see-through void tier, the surprise in their hearts lessened a little. This was a person who was full of miracles. Reporting to the Patriarch, young Master Wang is back. At this moment, an elder came in to report. Let's go and meet him. Feng Yun stood up and said directly. It's the Patriarch. Everyone nodded their heads and disappeared in an instant. Buzz. Senior Feng Yun, come in. Wang Xian returned to the room and sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings. When he knew that Feng Yun and the rest had rushed over, he immediately said, Thank you, young Master Wang, for your help this time. Feng Yun led a group of high-ranking members of the Fire Lark clan over and said with a smile, Hee, Senior Feng Yun, you don't have to be so polite. Although the two major forces have left this time, it's still uncertain whether the other party will make a comeback. Wang Xian shook his head. No matter what, young Master Wang, your help has relieved us of a lot of pressure. The clan elder at the side said with a smile. Young Master Wang, I have a spirit fruit of the 1st level of longevity here. See if you can increase your strength. Feng Yun took out a fruit from her interspatial ring. The moment the fruit was taken out, the red glow that it emitted illuminated the entire room. One look, and one could tell that it was extraordinary. Oh, then thank you, Senior Feng Yun. When Wang Xian saw the fruit, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He immediately took it. After a brief chat for more than 10 minutes, Feng Yun and the rest left. Wang Xian took a look at the fruit and consumed it immediately. From Fengtian City, Wang Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely rich. He had harvested tens of thousands of insightful void-level elixirs, 6,000 to 7,000 weapons, and many other resources. There were more than 4,000 corpses of insightful void-level powerhouses. As for the corpses of transcendence at level 7 and above, there were more than 7 million. Just these corpses alone could create more than 10 half-step longevity cultivators for the Dragon Palace. If I add these elixirs and the spiritual fruits given by Feng Yun, the energy required to level up should be able to reach 80%. Wang Xian thought to himself as he swallowed the elixirs and spiritual herbs one by one. As expected, there's still about 20% left. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and his face was full of smiles. It wouldn't be long before he could level up. At that time, throughout the entire central continent region, Wang Xian could be considered a big shot. Phew, I wonder what will happen next. If the two major factions really give up, I will lead Strange Demon and the rest to assassinate the people from the two major factions and visit their elixir store and weapon store. If they make a comeback, I will have to deal with them carefully. Wang Xian thought to himself as he looked into Volcano City. At this moment, there was a commotion in Volcano City. Everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had received the news that the two forces had left. This was undoubtedly a heavy sigh of relief for everyone. In the past year or so, the attacks from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had caused the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to suffer heavy losses. Now, there were only two of those affiliated forces. Everyone in the entire Fire Cloud City was discussing that mysterious assassin organization, and they were all filled with excitement. The reason why the two major forces in Fengtian City had retreated was also quickly spread to the ears of the other forces in the central continent. When they heard that it was a mysterious assassin organization that had forced the two major forces to leave helplessly, everyone's faces revealed a shocked expression. Especially when they heard that they had killed more than 4,000 insightful void martial experts and several million people in a single day, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. They believed that someone was exaggerating the truth. Some powerful factions repeatedly confirmed this and sucked in a breath of cold air. A terrifying assassin organization was about to rise. The terror of an assassin organization possessed the ability to change a war. Some people compared this mysterious assassin organization to the underworld assassin organization, but many people also thought that this mysterious assassin organization might not be inferior to the underworld. Leader, a new assassin organization rose up on the main road. In one day, it assassinated more than 4,000 insightful void martial artists, 3 to 4 million people. At this moment, in the distant dark valley, a pitch-black, scale-covered humanoid demon beast entered a hall and reported to the leader in the darkness. "Let me see." The demonic beast in the darkness waved its arm and looked at the information on it. "Retreat." However, with just a glance, the paper turned into ashes and smoke. The voice in the darkness did not have the slightest fluctuation. It seemed that this was an extremely boring piece of information to him. It was not worth him looking at. The war between our Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is not over yet. We will destroy the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Our Holy Item Forging Workshop will not rest until we exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Just as everyone in the central continent was paying attention to the mysterious assassin organization, voices suddenly came from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. In the respective cities of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, all the disciples and all the experts were gathered in front of their public square. At the very front was a figure that was emitting a dazzling light. They stood in the air and looked at their subordinates as if they were gods. "We will not rest until the Fire Lark clan is destroyed." The two godlike figures coldly roared. Their oppressive voices resounded throughout the main cities of the two forces. Chapter 1673. 1673. The 1673 Eternal Fire Cloud Sparrow clan didn't give up. Disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, attack. Target the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Disciples of the Sacred Item Forging Workshop, attack. Target the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. After the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Sacred Item Forging Workshop withdrew from Fengtian City for 2 days, the two main cities of the two forces gathered again. This time, it could be said that they had all gathered. Almost all the insightful Emptiness Realm experts of the two forces had left for battle. The Eternal Fire Lark clan won't give up. Kill them all. Furious roars came from the experts and disciples of the two forces, and their faces were filled with excitement and killing intent. They raised their heads and looked forward. The dazzling divine-like medicine master and weapon master floated in the sky. The strongest person of the two forces had personally led the two forces into battle. This time, the two forces were all out. "Let's go." The two forces that were second only to the Empire set off from their main cities and flew towards the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The two forces finally gathered at a location of 10,000 kilometers. A total of 200,000 people, over 10,000 insightful void rank experts. The remaining 190,000 people were all no less than rank 7 transcendents. This was the full strength of the two forces. This strength could easily rule a large area like this vast area. Hee. Now all the forces in the world think that our life and death pill workshop and holy item forging workshops retreat means that we admit defeat. What a joke. The weapon master, who was emitting terrifying fireworks all over his body, revealed a cold expression as he said indifferently to the medicine master. That mysterious assassin organization is indeed very strong. It has disrupted some of our plans. The medicine master's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. It is indeed a problem. If they were hired by the Firecloud Sparrow clan, it would be easier to deal with them. However, if they are from the Firecloud Sparrow clan, it would be a little troublesome. At that time, we will have to deal with them personally for a period of time. The weapon master nodded indifferently. A sudden appearance of an assassin organization completely disrupted their plans. They originally wanted to waste another half a year with the Firecloud Sparrow clan. After the Sacred Fire clan left, they would directly take action. However, the appearance of the mysterious assassin organization made the two grit their teeth and immediately decided to take action. Within these 2 days, after they dealt with the Sacred Fire clan and the Demon God tribe, they immediately led their disciples out in full force. However, they did not place too much importance on an assassin organization. At worst, they would personally take action and fight against this assassin organization. 2 longevity experts and an assassin organization would fight against each other. There were not many assassin organizations that could withstand this. The 2 legions of 200,000 mighty experts quickly flew directly in the direction of the Firecloud Sparrow clan. When the 2 top experts of the continent, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, announced that they would attack the Firecloud Sparrow clan. When they led their legions and left, all the forces on the continent were shocked. Didn't they just leave? Why did they suddenly leave? The Toolmaster and the Medicine Master went out personally. It seems that they are ready to fight the Firecloud Sparrow clan this time. With the strength of the 2 forces, they will suffer heavy losses even if they destroy the Firecloud Sparrow clan, right? All the forces of different sizes on the transcendent continent were surprised when they heard the news. However, when they thought about the battle between the 2 forces, they felt relieved. All the forces were paying attention to their battle. This included the losses of the 2 powerful factions. After a year of battle, the 2 factions had suffered heavy losses. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were merchants. They didn't want to see such losses. If this continued, it would be a constant loss for them. Perhaps this was their determination to go all out. Moreover, some large factions knew that currently, no powerful faction would help the Firecloud Sparrow clan. Even the Sacred Fire clan wouldn't. 2 longevity experts against 1 longevity expert had a powerful advantage. All the factions could predict that a fierce battle would ensue. What? 2 large factions are rushing towards us. The news was quickly transmitted to the Firecloud Sparrow race. After receiving this news, all the Firecloud Sparrow clan members had solemn expressions on their faces. It's the Patriarch. The news has been confirmed. The 2 big forces are currently about 100,000 kilometers away from us. The Medicine Master and Weapon Master are personally leading the army. They are expected to rush over tomorrow morning. Within the Firecloud Mountain, all the Firecloud Sparrow upper echelons had gathered and reported to Patriarch Feng Yun. Are they the only 2 factions? Feng Yun frowned and asked with a solemn expression. According to our information, they are the only 2 factions. We haven't seen any other factions. There hasn't been any activity from the Fiend Celestial tribe. An elder said, Patriarch, the Fiend Celestial tribe was wiped out by young Master Wong with a single move. Could it be that the Fiend Celestial tribe is pressuring the 2 factions? Furthermore, they are afraid that young Master Wong's assassin organization will enter their lair and carry out assassinations. Queen Firecloud guessed. It's possible, but there's another possibility. The Fiend Celestial tribe has been invited by them, Patriarch Feng Yun said as he prepared for the worst. The Fiend Celestial tribe is making a move? There's no need for the Fiend Celestial tribe to participate in this war, right? Their strength is comparable to the alliance between the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. A clan elder frowned and guessed. Under normal circumstances, if they don't have a deep grudge against our Fire Cloud Sparrow tribe, there's no need for them to make a move. Feng Yun nodded slowly. Order everyone to leave Volcano City and enter the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. Feng Yun continued to order, we have to make a final decision. Yes, Patriarch. The Fire Cloud Sparrow elders immediately nodded. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A rapid phoenix cry came from within the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. The Fire Cloud Sparrows that were more than 10 meters in size flapped their flaming wings and flew towards the Fire Cloud City. Within the Fire Cloud City, there were many clan elders standing. All Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples, listen up. Bring all your items and retreat to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. Tomorrow morning, prepare for battle. A clan elder's voice enveloped the entire Volcano City, causing the entire city to be silent for 2 seconds. Disciples, listen up. Within the Volcano City, many insightful Void Tier experts were slightly shocked and immediately responded loudly. All disciples, take all your items and prepare to retreat. Retreat to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, prepare to face the enemy tomorrow. The profound Void martial experts immediately carried out their orders. At this moment, the faces of all the members of the Fiery Cloud Sparrow clan revealed a shocked expression. They listened to the orders one after another and were somewhat stunned. Chapter 1674. 1674. The Battle of 1674 had begun. What's going on? Didn't the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop retreat? What's going on? Could it be that the two major forces are making a comeback? The entire Volcano City was in an uproar. Everyone started to pack up their items with solemn expressions and quickly retreated into the Flaming Cloud Mountain Range. Many people had already guessed the answer. If they retreated into the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, the two great factions would most likely attack them. It was very likely that the Weapon Master and Medicine Master would also attack this time. Elder Hui, the clan elder, has sent a message saying that the two great factions, Life and Death, and the Sacred Relic, will attack us in full force tomorrow morning. The clan elder has informed us not to leave for the time being and to wait for a suitable opportunity. When the time comes, we can immediately leave. In an incomparably luxurious manner in Volcano City, 4 elders were gathered in a room. An elder spoke. When the time comes, what time? An elder frowned slightly. They had come to support the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan this time. According to the clan's orders, they only needed to temper themselves. It was completely impossible for them to risk their lives for the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now that the two great forces had come to kill them, it was impossible for them not to risk their lives at this time. The clan elder didn't say in detail. He only said that there would be an opportunity. When the time comes, we can just leave. It's possible. The Medicine Master, the Weapon Master, and our forefathers secretly said it. The elder hesitated for a moment and guessed. Since the clan elder has said so, then nothing will happen. Tomorrow morning, we will act according to the circumstances. I didn't expect that the two great factions would actually go all out and fight to the death with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The 4 elders spoke in slight shock. Sacred Fire Clan members, please follow us and retreat to the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. We will have to trouble you for tomorrow's battle. An elder came to the Sacred Fire Clan's manor and directly shouted towards the inside. Haha, it's no trouble at all. We will immediately retreat with you. I believe that even if the two great factions attack tomorrow, we will be able to hold them back outside. An elder frowned when he heard the voices outside. However, he laughed out loud as he spoke. Everyone knew that the Sacred Fire Clan owed the Firelark Clan a favor. The reason why they came this time was also because of this favor. If they didn't return this favor, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Sacred Fire Clan. The title of being ungrateful would probably be placed on the sacred Fire Clan. What happened? Wang Xian stood at his residence in the Fire Cloud Mountain range and looked at the city in front of him. When he heard the voice from there, he frowned slightly. Elder Huaguduo. Wang Xian called out softly to the side. Young Master Wang, what are your orders? Soon, Elder Huaguduo appeared and asked Wang Xian immediately. What happened? Wang Xian pointed to the front and asked. Young Master Wang, the Weapon Master and the Medicine Master have led all the experts and disciples to attack us. They are expected to arrive here tomorrow morning. With the array formation of Volcano City, it is impossible to defend against them. Therefore, all the disciples have to retreat to the Fiery Cloud Mountain range. Elder Huaguduo said with a dark expression. The two longevity experts have personally led their subordinates to attack us. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. The last thing he wanted to see had happened. Currently, he was still some distance away from the realm of longevity. Now that the two major forces were attacking them, the Fiery Cloud Sparrow clan would definitely be at a disadvantage. They could only rely on the Fiery Cloud Mountain range to defend themselves. Why did the two major forces suddenly attack with all their might? Wang Xian frowned. His expression was a little ugly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Time passed slowly. When Wang Xian stood at the entrance for more than 10 minutes, towering flames rose from the Fire Cloud Mountain range. The terrifying flames formed a defensive circle. The top of the mountain peak was filled with the Fire Cloud Sparrow race's experts and disciples. The terrifying flames formed a natural barrier. These flames are equivalent to a natural formation. If the army wants to rush over, they must destroy these flames. Wang Xian looked at the flame barrier and thought to himself, tomorrow morning, the moment of life and death for us fire larks will come. The army of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop, led by two longevity experts, will have a final battle with us. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is fearless. If they dare to come, we will kill them back. A voice filled with authority came from the center. Wang Xian looked over. Feng Yun, who was dressed in a fiery red robe and holding a phoenix staff, was standing there. Beside him, all the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were standing around him. Each of their faces were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Some people say that we were the ones who clashed with the two great forces in the beginning. Some of these things, as the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's oldest and strongest expert, I can't say. But what I, Feng Yun, want to say is that the blood and lives of our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan today are for our faith. Tomorrow, regardless of whether we win or lose, we will fight to the death. We are the Fire Cloud personal guards who once commanded the winds and clouds. We are the famous fire cloud on the transcendent continent. Boom. Chirp chirp. A terrifying aura shot up from Feng Yun's body towards the sky. The fire cloud was in the sky as the Fire Cloud Sparrow chirped. Her face was filled with determination. Remember, we are the famous Fire Cloud personal guards. We are the famous Fire Cloud. Tomorrow, we will fight. Even if we die, we cannot lose our name. A clan elder raised the flaming broadsword in his hand and shouted loudly. Fight, even if we die. We cannot lose the prestige of our Fire Cloud. Kill, we are the Fire Cloud personal guards. We are the famous Fire Cloud. The heroes were furious. On the Fire Cloud Mountain range, there were more than 10 million experts and disciples standing there. They raised their hands with faces full of excitement. Their eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit and killing intent. They were the famous Fire Cloud Guards. They were the Fire Cloud Guards that accompanied the great Empress in establishing the empire. The Fire Cloud clan used to be so glorious. They fought for 1,000,000 miles and were famous. All the disciples of the Fire Cloud clan took pride in joining the Fire Cloud personal guards. Tomorrow, they would fight for the word Fire Cloud. Even if they died, they could not let the prestige of the word be lost. All the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had made preparations. What did the two great factions have to fear? When the flames burned, they could burn the sky. The entire sky exploded. An unprecedented fighting spirit filled the Fire Cloud Mountain range. All the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow stood in the center, their eyes fixed on the front, not moving at all. On the surrounding mountain peaks, all the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow also stood there quietly, holding their weapons tightly. They were waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Chapter 1675. 1675. Kiki, I'm coming. Go. TSK, the Empress has already fallen for almost 2,000 years. Do you really think that you are still the Fire Cloud's personal guards from back then? Hearing the Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestors' words that were filled with fighting spirit and looking at the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples who were filled with fighting spirit, the members of the Sacred Fire Clan curled their lips. A faint trace of disdain appeared on their faces. When the Empress was still around, your Fire Cloud Sparrow clans might shook the transcendent continent. However, the Empress was already dead, the Fire Cloud personal guards were removed, and you all withdrew from the Phoenix dynasty. How could you still have the grace of the past? Perhaps after tomorrow morning, the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will become a thing of the past. The 4 Sacred Fire Clan elders looked at each other and said in a low voice. Although the information they received was very vague, they vaguely guessed that this time, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would be unable to escape. As expected of the personal guard of Fengwan, just this kind of spirit is rare and valuable. Wang Xian looked at the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan who was full of fighting spirit and felt a little touched. He moved his body and flew directly toward the center. All the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were standing there. 9,000 void interpretation experts were guarding the Fire Cloud Patriarch and the elders. Huayun is soaring into the sky. The Huayun Sparrow clan is truly admirable. Wang Xian came in front of Feng Yun and said sincerely, Young Master Wang, Brother Wang Xian. When Feng Yun and the rest saw Wang Xian flying over, they immediately shouted. Hualuoer approached him and shouted softly as well. More than 10 million people on the surrounding mountains looked at Wang Xian. Some people immediately recognized him. He was a half-step Wanshou master who had instantly killed tens of thousands of people from the 2 major forces. He was the helper of the Fire Lark clan. Young Master Wang, there might be some danger tomorrow. You should leave immediately when the time comes. Feng Yun looked at Wang Xian and said directly, Senior Feng Yun, you don't have to worry about my matters. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and said directly. Around him, those Fire Sparrow clansmen who didn't know Wang Xian's identity were shocked when they heard his words. There were almost no people who spoke to their patriarch in such a manner. Young Master Wang Xian must be fine. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. If there's any danger, young Master Wang, please leave immediately. Feng Yun shook her head and bowed to Wang Xian. Haha, don't worry, Senior Feng Yun. There's no one on this continent that I, Wang Xian, am afraid of. Wang Xian laughed out loud. Show off. Let's see if you can put on a show when the Medicine Master and the Vessel Master arrive. The young men from Lai Han's Han said with an awkward expression. However, very soon, everyone from the Sacred Flame clan raised their heads abruptly. Today, I, Wang Xian, will bring along the Dragon Spike to experience the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Forging Workshop of the Sacred Items. Wang Xian's voice continued to ring out. He waved his arm to the upper right. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Numerous illusory white shadows appeared in the void. 500 shadows flickered in the sky for a moment before slowly disappearing into the sky. After that, the experts standing within the Fire Cloud Mountain range and the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples all saw the shadows that flashed past. This is that mysterious assassin organization? An exclamation sounded from the Sacred Fire Clan's elder. The 4 elders stared fixedly at the sky. They could vaguely see 400 to 500 figures disappearing into the surrounding space. Is this the assassin organization that assassinated over 4,000 insightful void martial experts and millions of people from the 2 major powers in a single night? Heavens, so the 2 major powers left because of Lord Wang. Just now, those phantoms appeared directly, and now they've completely disappeared. This is too terrifying. No wonder they were able to cause everyone in Fengtian City to leave in fear in a single day. So, these are Lord Wang's subordinates. Heavens, I can't even discover them now. This is simply too terrifying. Shocked and excited voices came from the mouths of the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples. Even the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan elders, deacons, and the other profound void martial experts looked at the white figure that had suddenly appeared with faces full of shock. Just now, they hadn't noticed that there was someone in the sky to their right. Even Feng Yun's eyes revealed a trace of shock. She didn't know how that group of white figures had appeared. With Lord Wang and that group of mysterious and powerful assassins, we'll definitely be able to withstand the attacks of the two great forces. Some of the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples were filled with excitement. A powerful and mysterious assassin organization had indeed boosted their confidence. Everyone looked at Wang Xian with respect and gratitude. This was their Fire Lark clan's true friend. A friend who could be friends with life and death. Young Master Wang. All right, I have made up my mind. I know what I should do. Feng Yun's eyes revealed a look of gratitude. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wang Xian. A bitter smile appeared on Feng Yun's face. In this world, the Empress was the only one who dared to interrupt him in such a domineering manner. Now, this young man in front of her had the qualifications to do so. It was likely that even the Empress would not be able to stop him from making his decision. In that case, I, Feng Yun, on behalf of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, thank you, young Master Wang. Feng Yun bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, young Master Wang. The elders and deacons of the clan immediately bowed. The rest of the disciples also thanked him hurriedly. Wang Xian did not speak. He looked at the spot in front of him quietly and waited for the enemy to arrive. The rest of the people slowly turned their gazes over. Face the enemy. Fight. Only the members of the Sacred Fire clan looked towards Wang Xian from time to time. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Time passed slowly. It was already late at night. A few hours passed very quickly. The sun gradually broke. Everyone was brewing in their hearts and waiting. Boom, boom, boom. When the sun completely tore through the darkness, a terrifying aura with a strong killing intent charged straight at them. It's coming. The hearts of all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan members trembled. They gripped their weapons tightly and stared ahead. Before they arrived, a terrifying killing intent had already been transmitted over. I am the medicine master of the Life and Death Pill Workshop. I have led all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop from the Life and Death Pill Garden to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. I am the weapon master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. I have led all the disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop to come from the Weapon Peak to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. At this moment, two extremely domineering voices came from the front. A figure that looked like the sun and a figure that seemed to carry an ocean appeared in everyone's line of sight. Behind them were 200,000 experts. The sunlight shone, and it was as if a god was leading the heavenly troops and generals to descend from the sky. An invincible aura charged over. Chapter 1676 1676 Jie. I'm coming. I'm coming. Scarlet flames covered the sky. Azure light intersected with each other. One on the left and one on the right, two longevity-level experts stepped on the light and appeared in front of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The two experts seemed to occupy half of the sky. The 200,000 experts behind each emitted an intense killing intent as they stared at the front with ferocious expressions. The domineering aura of the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master contained an unquestionable voice that resounded throughout the entire sky. Extinguishing the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master stared over with icy cold eyes. They floated in the sky above Volcano City as their gazes landed on Feng Yun, who was at the very center. Hee, if you want to exterminate my Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, you don't have the strength to do so. No matter how declining our fire cloud sparrow clan is, it's not something that can be easily exterminated by just a few people. Feng Yun's eyes emitted a scorching light as he slowly raised the phoenix staff in his hand. Feng Yun, in the past few years, you have been making enemies with our life and death pill workshop and the holy item forging workshop. Do you think that we are easy to bully? Do you still think that you are the famous Fire Cloud personal guard from back then? The medicine master stared at Feng Yun as he coldly shouted from afar. Personal guard of Fire Cloud, how can you hide in the Fire Cloud mountain range and not dare to come out? Hee hee. The weapon master sneered and mocked. Today, I will make you disappear like the city under your feet on this continent. As the weapon master spoke, a fiery red giant hammer that was emitting light appeared in his hand. He gently hammered down. Boom! An invisible energy charged down, and streaks of fiery light seemed to cause an earthquake. Boom! 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 Following that, a terrifying tremor and the sound of collapsing could be heard. From afar, all the buildings within a 100-kilometer radius quickly collapsed. With a single strike, the entire city turned into nothingness. Hiss, what terrifying strength! Is this the Wanshou master? He's too powerful. He destroyed a city with a single strike. This is simply too powerful. Everyone was shocked when they saw the weapon master destroying a city with a single strike. Even Wang Xian had a hint of shock in his eyes. He could only flee when he encountered a Wanshou master. Haha, weapon master, don't be so cocky. Even if you and the medicine master attack together today, I, Feng Yun, am not afraid of you. I want to see if the two of you can defeat me together. At this moment, Feng Yun, who was standing on the central mountain peak, laughed out loud. There was not the slightest fear on her face. Waves of powerful aura caused the flames in the sky to condense into a fire cloud. One person against two opponents of the same level, there was not the slightest fear. Fight! Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is not afraid of the two great factions. That's right. So what if it's two big forces? When the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples saw the domineering patriarch, their faces were filled with endless fighting spirit. They had Patriarch Phoenix Cloud, the powerful and mysterious young Master Wang, and the assassin organization. So what if it was two big forces? What was there to be afraid of? If they were strong, they would have exterminated their Fire Cloud Sparrow long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. All the disciples raised the weapons in their hands and roared loudly. All members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, today is the day you die. Disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, prepare to kill the enemy. Disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, prepare to kill the enemy. When the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop heard the voices of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, they immediately roared ferociously. Kill! The 200,000 disciples, earth-shaking, killing cries rang out. After today, there will be no more Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The medicine master's face revealed a cold expression. He waved the scepter in his hand, and an enormous sea beast instantly condensed in the sky. The azure-colored water energy beast's body had reached a radius of 10 kilometers, and it directly attacked in front. HMPH, fire clouds are in the sky. No one can extinguish our flames. Feng Yun's expression was ice-cold. He waved the scepter in his hand, and an incomparably huge fire phoenix directly attacked the azure beast. Zzz. The sound of melting was heard, and the azure beast quickly disappeared. This is the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's home ground. Standing inside, their strength can increase by a lot. The weapon master saw that the medicine master's attack was easily blocked and said indifferently, I don't know where you get your courage from. You want to destroy our Fire Cloud Sparrow with just your strength? Wishful thinking. Feng Yun took 2 steps forward and the staff in her hand heavily landed on the mountain peak. Is that so? Then I want to give it a try too. The weapon master looked at the medicine master and the two nodded. Dharma idol, blazing flame hammer. Dharma idol, sky sea. The two shouted, and the giant flaming hammer in the weapon master's hand swung toward the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The magic staff in the medicine master's hand pointed in the air, and an enormous ocean appeared. The two attacks directly attacked the Fire Cloud Mountain range. Double Phoenix spread wings. Feng Yun waved the magic staff in his hand, and the fire light around the Fire Cloud Mountain range condensed into two enormous wings. The clear wings and enormous wings directly met the two attacks. Boom, boom. An earth-shaking sound rang out once again. The attacks of the Medicine Master and the Weapon Master were once again blocked. Blocked. Our ancestor blocked it again. Haha, the Fire Cloud Mountain range is our territory. Once the array formation is activated, our ancestors' strength will increase by a lot. With their strength, it's impossible for them to charge in. When the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan saw this scene, excitement appeared on their faces. When the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop saw this scene, they frowned slightly. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. If they couldn't break through the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's defenses this time, then they would lose a lot of face. They went out in full force, but in the end, they left dejectedly. After all, the Fire Cloud Personal Guards are the Fire Cloud Personal Guards. The Fire Cloud Mountain range was once personally modified by the Great Empress. Once the formation is activated, the Wind Cloud Forefather alone inside can completely block the attacks of two longevity experts. Even if the Great Empress isn't here and the Fire Cloud Personal Guard has retreated, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is still not something that can be easily destroyed. Without two or more longevity experts, don't even think about breaking through the Fire Cloud Mountain range's defenses. At this moment, several spies from other factions were hiding in the void several hundred kilometers around the Fire Cloud Mountain range. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had all come out to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. This had attracted the attention of all the factions. The 5 great empires and other factions had all sent people to watch this battle. They used some arrays to look at the location of the battlefield. When they saw that Patriarch Feng Yun had easily withstood the attacks of the 2 great factions, they discussed amongst themselves. Kiki, it's not good to peep here. Just as the people from the various factions were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The scouts from all the factions trembled slightly, and their faces were instantly filled with cold sweat. Kiki, I'm coming. The sky instantly darkened, and the dawn sky seemed to instantly turn dark. An arrogant and unruly smile sounded in the sky. Chapter 1677 1677 Jejia, I'm coming. Down. Jejia, I'm coming. A wild voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The voice was filled with darkness and wildness. The darkness that accompanied it covered a radius of several hundred kilometers. The scouts from the other forces all had pale expressions on their faces. This is an expert at the longevity realm. Who is he? What is he here for? What a terrifying aura. What a powerful domain. He actually covered an area of several hundred kilometers. Heavens, who is this person? All the scouts of the various factions roared in fear. However, what made them sigh in relief was that the expert did not attack them. This caused their expressions, which were filled with fear, to slowly recover. They let out a heavy breath. Although they hadn't seen him, the bloody aura of this expert was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Jejia, I'm coming. Similarly, this voice echoed in the sky above the Fire Cloud Mountain range. The arrogant voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh, what a terrifying voice. This is the voice of a longevity expert. A Wancho expert is flying over. When the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan heard this sound, their expressions instantly changed, and they hurriedly looked forward. The group of Fire Cloud Sparrow higher-ups slowly frowned, and their expressions became solemn. They looked forward, watching as a stretch of darkness invaded over. The area covered by the darkness reached a radius of several hundred kilometers. Is this the opportunity that the clan elder and the others spoke of? It really isn't that simple. The 2 great factions have come prepared. Everyone from the Sacred Fire clan looked towards the darkness. Their pupils constricted slightly, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Hee. When the medicine master and the weapon master heard this incomparably arrogant voice, a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. They glanced at the darkness that was rapidly surging over from behind, and their gazes fell on Feng Yun. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is indeed worthy of being the Fire Cloud personal guard of the past. However, since our two great factions have come out in full force, we have already made complete preparations. Since we say that we will exterminate your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, then we will exterminate your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The weapon master's expression was slightly malevolent as he roared loudly. Not good. Feng Yun's pair of fiery eyes stared in the direction of the darkness as his expression changed drastically. The expressions of everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan also changed drastically. They actually invited a longevity expert to act. All the Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples held tightly onto the weapons in their hands. Demon God, we are waiting for you. The medicine master turned his head and said with a smile toward the approaching darkness. Pa. We came on time. In the darkness of a few hundred kilometers, an old man dressed in black scale armor slowly walked out and said indifferently, Roar. Jejia, you didn't even enter the door? Aren't you too useless? At this moment, another voice rang out from the darkness behind the black-scaled old man. At the same time, it was accompanied by the roars of beasts. As the voice rang out, two blurry, ferocious beasts appeared in everyone's line of sight. The two ferocious beasts had incomparably huge heads that were covered in thick, black scales. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. The two heads were 5 meters in size. Gradually, a black proud sun appeared. There was a blurry figure among the proud sun. That figure was lying lazily on the chair, looking at the sky as if he was traveling. Hiss, that's a black-scaled dragon-armored beast. A half-step to longevity-level black-scaled dragon-armored beast. My god. What? What an evil aura. This should be the demon god of the 9-god empire's demon god tribe. In front of them, all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop saw two figures and two terrifying fierce beasts in the darkness and sucked in a breath of cold air. The closer they were, the more they could feel that evil aura, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, they were once the personal guards of the Fire Cloud Mountain Range. The Fire Cloud Mountain Range was once modified by the Great Empress. When the medicine master and the weapon master heard the derisive voice of the devil god sitting on the black-scaled dragon-armored beast, they were not the least bit angry as they spoke indifferently. After they finished speaking, they looked at the black-scaled elder standing in front of the black-scaled dragon-armored beast and nodded. This person was once a devil god of the devil god tribe. Now, he had taken the position of clan leader. Haha, what Fire Cloud personal guard. What great empress. Let me cultivate for a few years. Even if the great empress is still alive, she must kneel in front of me. At this moment, the voice sitting on the throne suddenly sat up and shouted unscrupulously. The voice was filled with arrogance and a domineering aura that dared to compete with the heavens. When everyone heard the words of this devil god, their hearts trembled. How arrogant was this? Shut up, don't dare to insult our empress. When Feng Yun heard the words of the figure in the darkness, she growled with an embarrassed expression. Even though the current situation had completely exceeded her expectations, even if the enemy was stronger than her, she was still filled with anger and killing intent when she heard someone insulting the empress. Kiki, you're really loyal. The figure in the darkness laughed loudly when he heard Feng Yun's angry voice that was filled with killing intent. His voice was a little sharp, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Make your move as soon as possible. I won't make a move. I'll leave it to the three of you. The voice in the darkness continued. The lazy words made the faces of all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen extremely unsightly. At the same time, they were also incomparably terrified. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had actually invited the Demon God Tribe's longevity experts. Moreover, there were two of them, a total of 2. How could they resist 4 longevity experts? The 3 of us are enough. Clan leader demon, please lend us a hand. The weapon master looked at the black-scaled elder in front of the black shadow and said, All right, the little fire cloud sparrow tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Since our demon god tribe has made a move, even if the great empress returns, they will be destroyed. The black-scaled elder rarely spoke, but when he opened his mouth, he was still filled with dominance. Of course, he was slightly inferior to the figure in the darkness. Haha, fire cloud sparrow race, prepare to die. The medicine master laughed maniacally, his face filled with malevolence and excitement as he stared at the fire cloud mountain range in front of him. All fire cloud sparrow disciples below transcendent rank 7 enter the depths of the fire cloud mountain range and flee. When Feng Yun saw that the other party had 2 more longevity experts, she took a deep breath and said with a determined look on her face, No, Patriarch, we want to live and die with the fire cloud sparrow race. That's right. So what if it's the demonic god tribe? We will live and die with the fire cloud sparrow race. Some of the disciples' faces were pale, but they shouted loudly with incomparable determination. Obey the orders. The elders shouted sternly with ugly expressions. The 2 longevity experts who suddenly appeared in the Fiend Celestial tribe were doomed. As many as could escape, they would. Those below transcendent rank 7 could not be of much help. Patriarch Feng Yun, we want to leave this place. It's not that we don't want to help you, but in the current situation, even our patriarch can't do anything. Just then, the voice of the elder of the Sacred Flame clan rang out. Chapter 1678. 1678 knelt down at a terrifying speed. Patriarch Feng Yun, we want to leave this place. It's not that we don't want to help you, but with the current situation, even our patriarch can't do anything about it. Within the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the voice of the Sacred Fire Clan elder suddenly rang out. The eyes of the 4 elders flickered. They knew that this was the opportunity that the clan elder had spoken to them about. With the current situation, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was completely hopeless. Under the attack of the Demon God tribe, the 4 longevity experts would besiege the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would disappear from the stage of the continent today. Under the current situation, they had every reason to withdraw from this war. In this way, the others would not say that their Sacred Fire clan was ungrateful. They had done what they had to do. On the mountain peaks, everyone's gaze fell on the Sacred Fire clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples and experts' eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Everyone knew how their patriarch had treated the Sacred Fire clan back then. They also knew how the Sacred Fire clan had treated them now. Go back and tell your patriarch that the thing I, Feng Yun, regret the most is saving her life and saving your Sacred Fire clan. Ungrateful clan, get lost. Feng Yun's gaze turned towards everyone from the Sacred Fire clan. His face was incomparably cold as he directly opened his mouth to speak. When everyone from the Sacred Fire clan heard his words, their expressions changed slightly and their hearts were somewhat angry. Go. An elder from the Sacred Fire clan expressionlessly said to all the disciples. Lord Medicine Master, Lord Weapon Master, our Sacred Fire clan has no enmity with you. Please let us leave. The Sacred Fire clan directly flew towards the outside. Seeing the 4 incomparably terrifying figures and the 200,000-strong army in front, an elder respectfully said, Ha ha ha, don't worry. We won't attack you. Our 2 great factions have no enmity with the Sacred Fire clan. The Medicine Master looked at the Sacred Fire clan's 2,000-plus people and laughed loudly as he directly said, Their 2 great factions had long since negotiated with the Sacred Fire clan. Naturally, they would not offend the Sacred Fire clan. Thank you, Medicine Master. Everyone from the Sacred Fire clan heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately flew out and passed through the Fire Cloud Mountain Range's fire defense. Ungrateful thing. I wish your race to be exterminated. The most shameless person in the entire continent is your Sacred Fire clan. Seeing the Sacred Fire race leave, the fire cloud sparrow race's experts and disciples cursed loudly from behind with ugly expressions. Each and every ugly word caused the sacred fire race's disciples' expressions to change drastically. HMPH, calling us shameless, isn't it even more shameless to betray the Phoenix dynasty? That's right, a race that is about to be exterminated. Do you really think that they are the famous and powerful fire cloud personal guards of the past? A race that is about to disappear? Shut your mouths. The sacred fire clan members flew dozens of kilometers away. Some of the disciples were a little angry as they directly cursed at the fire cloud sparrow clan. Each sentence made the fire cloud sparrow disciples even angrier. HMPH, a fire cloud sparrow that is about to disappear, and you still want us to risk our lives for you. The four elders did not stop them, mumbling as they stood at the side and watched coldly. Feng Yuan did not take another look after she left the sacred fire tribe. She could only blame herself for being blind to this ungrateful tribe. Young Master Wang, take your men and leave. You must not get into any trouble. From now on, our Fire Lark tribe will deal with it ourselves. Feng Yuan turned her head and looked at Wang Xian, who was beside her. At this moment, the situation was no longer something that Wang Xian could change. At this moment, even if another longevity expert came, he might not be able to stop the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan from being exterminated. Young Master Wang, you can leave as soon as possible. You can take revenge for us in the future. We believe that young Master Wang has the ability to do so. Young Master Wang, you should leave quickly. The Queen of Fire Cloud and the clan elders also spoke hurriedly. Wang Xian stood there motionlessly. He didn't say anything either. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the figure in the darkness ahead. Young Master Wang, please leave quickly. Otherwise, the Queen of Fire Cloud urged him again. However, Wang Xian didn't say anything. He continued to stand there. Young Master Wang, what kind of relationship do you have with our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? At this moment, our matriarch, the Queen, and the clan elders asked him to leave, but he didn't leave. That's right. A friend like young Master Wang is a true friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Compared to young Master Wang, the Holy Fire clan is nothing. When everyone from the Fire Lark clan saw Wang Xian standing there firmly, their faces were filled with respect and admiration. Compared to young Master Wang, the difference between the Holy Fire clan and the Holy Fire clan was simply too great. Young Master Wang, no need. I know what to do. At this moment, Feng Yun spoke again anxiously. However, her words were interrupted by Wang Xian once again. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Haha, if you want to escape, none of you Fire Larks will be able to escape today. The weapon master's cold voice came from the front. He slowly raised the giant hammer in his hand. The flames on it began to burn, and his entire body was completely surrounded by the flames. The flames spread and covered the surroundings. Today, all members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan will die. The medicine master raised the staff in his hand. His surroundings were covered by azure-colored water energy. The black-scaled elder took 2 steps forward. The dark energy on his body was activated. Haha, let's exterminate the entire race. Fire Cloud Sparrow. Leave no one alive. Below, the 200,000-strong army of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were holding their weapons tightly as they waited for the Elder's orders. They were ready to start a war. It could erupt at any time. The might of the longevity experts and the might of the 200,000-strong army charged towards the Fire Cloud Sparrow. This made everyone's breathing quicken. Emosha. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was standing on the Fire Cloud Mountain range, suddenly shouted 2 words. His voice reverberated across the sky, and everyone heard it clearly. When these 2 words were heard, the black-scaled elder was slightly stunned. The demon god, who was lying leisurely in the sedan chair in the darkness, froze and immediately sat up. Upon hearing this voice, he immediately knew who the owner was. He cursed inwardly that he had seen a ghost, but he didn't panic too much. After all, the current him was not under the control of that fellow. Furthermore, with his strength, It was a piece of cake for him to kill that fellow. Hee hee. A chuckle rang out from Wang Xian's mouth. He looked at the figure who didn't react after sitting up and gently touched the location of his heart. You used my heart to create blood, strengthen your bloodline, and even comprehend darkness. You are a little disobedient. Back then, I told you not to have any devious ideas, but you didn't listen to me. Hee hee. Wang Xian said with a smile. His heart of light and darkness moved slightly. At this moment, the figure who sat up trembled. He felt that the blood in his body was out of control. A wave of pressure came from his bloodline. Chapter 1679. 1678 was kneeling down at a terrifying speed. When Emo Sha led an old man and flew over like a demon god, Wang Xian recognized him. In the vast area, the hunchbacked old man who asked Wang Xian to help him expel the dark soul in his body. The old man with the strength of the 9th level of the see-through void tier with turbid eyes. A fellow who could be called an old devil. If it wasn't for Wang Xian who was able to suppress him, Emo Sha would definitely not listen to him like that. In fact, at the beginning, Emo Sha was prepared to kidnap him. When he recognized Emo Sha, he suddenly sensed an extremely familiar aura. This aura came from the heart of light and darkness. His body contained the blood and some energy of the heart of light and darkness. The heart of light and darkness was the heart of the divine dragon king of light and darkness. He was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the universe. In the heart of light and darkness, there was the great Tao of light and darkness. When Wang Xian injected the heart into Emo Sha's body, he used the heart of light and darkness to temper his bloodline. It elevated his bloodline to a terrifying level. In addition, from the heart of light and darkness, he had learned a lot about the cultivation path of darkness. He had even learned the method to ignite the divine fire to build his divine kingdom and become a god. As long as he had sufficient resources, he could continue to improve. However, the heart of light and darkness had been completely fused by Wang Xian. The tempered blood of Emo Sha was completely under the control of the heart of light and darkness. Wang Xian could instantly strip the blood from Mo Sha's body and make him die instantly. He could also use the heart of light and darkness to suppress his will. Wang Xian gently touched his heart and stared at the figure who stood up in the darkness with a smile on his face. At this moment, Emo Sha's body was trembling violently. He could feel the motionless blood all over his body, and his expression changed drastically. When he heard Wang Xian's words, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. He was still filled with fear towards Wang Xian, especially the heart of light and darkness. If not for the fear of the terror of the heart of light and darkness, he would have killed his way to the vast area and snatched it away after he became the demon lord. Damn it, I have already stopped heading to the vast area. It's just fear in my heart. Now, I still can't escape from this fellow's palm. Emo Sha felt that he was about to cry. Looking at the smiling young man, the corner of his mouth twitched. I shouldn't have come here. Fuck, why did I come here? Emo Sha wished he could slap his face a few times. Shut up. How dare you call us by our demonic god's name? I will tear you into pieces and let you enjoy the pain of being bitten by evil spirits. The old man in black scales was stunned. He shouted at Wang Xian with a cold expression. To dare to call them by their demonic god's name was an unforgivable crime. Do it. Leave no one in there alive. The owner of the weapon raised the huge hammer in his hand and shouted loudly with a ferocious expression. Oh! Wang Xian looked at the black-scaled old man and the owner of the weapon and raised his eyebrows. However, when Emo Sha heard the black-scaled old man's words and saw Wang Xian's gaze, his body trembled. Damn it, he nearly peed his pants. Shut the fuck up. Emo Sha hurriedly growled in a low voice. He glared fiercely at the black-scaled old man who was flattering him and flew towards Wang Xian. The demon god wants to do it himself? The black-scaled old man didn't see Emo Sha's gaze. When he saw him flying over, he was stunned. Humph, You dare to call our Lord Devil God by his name. You are courting death. It is your honor to be able to make our Lord Devil God kill him personally." The black-scaled old man slightly raised his head and coldly looked at the weapon master and medicine master by the side. He continued, "Today, it is your honor to be able to see our Lord Devil God personally attack. Witness the power of our Lord Devil God." He continued to suck up to Amos Shah. As the former Devil God of the Devil God tribe, he could be said to be shamelessly sucking up now. There was nothing he could do. Ever since Amos Shah returned, he had crushed him time and time again. Now, he was completely subservient. He did not have the slightest bit of disloyalty. However, what he did not see was that his few bootlicking nearly caused Amos Shah, who was flying over, to stumble and fall to the ground. His pitch-black face was filled with the desire to turn around and kill this talkative fellow. All right, then let's see the strength of the Devil God. Hee, I thought that the Devil God wouldn't have to personally act today. Now, I am truly honored." The weapon master and the medicine master smiled when they heard the black-scaled old man's words and said in unison, "I heard that this Lord Devil God is extremely terrifying. He has been training outside for more than 1,000 years. Now, when he returns, he has directly defeated the old Devil God. That Lord Black-Scaled should be the old Devil God. For this Lord to be so convinced, I'm afraid that Lord Devil God's strength is extremely terrifying. That's only natural. This is the Nine-God Empire's Devil God, one of the 9 gods. He is one of the most powerful top-notch experts in the transcendental continent. That Patriarch Fengyun is probably not a match for this demon god." Below, all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were discussing. Their eyes were fixed on the demon god's imposing figure. Good. Kill him. That guy is the leader of the mysterious assassin organization. He dares to call the demon god by his name. What mysterious assassin organization? What young Master Wang? All of them must die. The disciples of the Sacred Flame clan who were watching the battle from dozens of kilometers away roared in excitement. It is said that this new demon god of the demon god tribe is very terrifying. I wonder how strong he is. Watch him carefully and report to the higher-ups when we return. The scouts who were hiding within a radius of hundreds of kilometers stared at this scene closely. Everyone was filled with curiosity towards this new demon god who controlled the demon god tribe. Young Master Wang, please run. Feng Yun's expression changed drastically when she saw this demon god rushing over. She quickly said to Wang Xian, "He actually dared to rush over by himself? Doesn't he think highly of the Fire Lark tribe?" At the same time, she stared at Amos Shah and raised the staff in her hand with a face full of anger. Senior Feng Yun. Looking at Feng Yun, who was about to make a move on Amos Shah, Wang Xian waved his arm and pressed the staff down. Feng Yun was slightly stunned. She looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. "Don't make a move," Wang Xian said to Feng Yun with a smile. He looked at Amos Shah, who was flying over with a smile. Amos Shah's speed was terrifying. He was extremely fast. When he arrived in front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range to defend against the fireworks, he dashed over. The fireworks, which could injure a person of the first level of longevity, did not leave any marks on his body. Upon seeing this scene, everyone from the Fire Lark clan was shocked. "Young Master Wang, quick!" The Fire Lark clan elders' faces changed drastically as they hurriedly stood in front of Wang Xian to block him. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Putong! Amos Shah flew over at a terrifying speed and knelt down immediately. That putong sound was crisp and crisp. Chapter 1680. Everyone around. Everyone looked at Amos Shah, who was kneeling on the mountain peak, in disbelief. The group of Fire Lark elders who were standing beside Wang Xian were completely dumbfounded. They were on high alert. It turned out to be this situation. This, gulp, hiss. The sounds of stammering, swallowing, and gasping came from all around. Everyone widened their eyes and felt dizzy. Some of them even rubbed their eyes. What did they see? The extremely powerful half-step longevity beast, the terrifying evil existence of the nine-god empire's demon god, actually knelt beside a youth. How the fuck was this possible? Especially the black-scaled old man. He had seen Emo Shah's strength and tyranny. His style of doing things was even more bizarre, as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. Now, in the entire demon god tribe, no one dared to disobey him. Just now, he had even said that he wanted to let everyone see how powerful their Lord Demon God was. But it suddenly became like this. This is it. Medicine Master and Tool Master also looked at this scene with faces full of disbelief, and their minds were somewhat muddled. What on earth was this demon god doing? Displaying true skill? The three longevity experts were all so shocked, not to mention the others. Wow, Boss Demon, I finally see you again. I, Emo Shah, miss you to death. You have no idea. Ever since you were injured, I have been unable to sleep day and night. To be able to see you today, Boss Missouri, is truly a great honor and fate. Just when everyone's bodies were stiff and their faces were filled with shock, Emo Shah's voice suddenly rang out. No one could tell the emotions contained in his voice. However, his loud and disgusting words made everyone's faces look very interesting. This was the domineering demon god from earlier. Hee. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at Emo Shah, who was kneeling in front of him, and pursed his lips. He didn't expect Emo Shah to be so shameless. He rushed over and knelt on the ground. Furthermore, he could say such disgusting words. He smiled and walked slowly towards Emo Shah. TSK, this demon god. If I let you cultivate for a few more years, you would be able to kill the Empress even if she were to reincarnate. What's going on now? Wang Xian came before Emo Shah and looked down at Emo Shah, who was kneeling in front of him. He asked mockingly, Wow, Boss Missouri, have you forgotten about me? Don't you know that I, Emo Shah, like to brag the most? Boss Missouri, you are really a god who forgets things. Hee. Boss Missouri, let me introduce myself again. I am your little brother, Emo Shah. Here, I wish you a happy old age. Pung pung. The corner of Emo Shah's mouth twitched when he heard Wang Xian's words. However, he quickly squeezed out a smile and spoke loudly. As he spoke, he kowtowed at the same time. That sincere look of his seemed as though he was really a loyal little brother meeting his boss. He had no choice. Emo Shah didn't want to be so unscrupulous. However, his life was now in the hands of the other party. He still remembered how he wanted to kidnap Wang Xian to get rid of the dark soul in his body. In the end, he was killed instead. During that period of time, he lived like a dog. Emo Shah swore that he would never live like that again. However, he actually came to kill this demon. His underlings even shouted for him to unleash his might and kill him. What the fuck? Emo Shah's face was even darker than the lid of a pot. He was a wise man who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Now, he was certain that his life was basically in Wang Xian's hands. At this moment, the most important thing was to appease his boss. As for his face, his life was important. This, how shameless. Huoluoer, who was standing not far away, looked at the imposing Emo Shah. She opened her mouth slightly and widened her eyes. She could not help but blurt out. The corners of the mouths of all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen twitched when they heard Huoluoer's abrupt voice. Indeed, she was a little shameless. Many people were a little suspicious. Could this be the first element of being an expert? However, when they saw Emo Shah kneeling respectfully in front of their young master Wang, everyone was shocked and excited at the same time. What on earth is going on? At the front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the expressions of the Medicine Master and Weapon Master changed when they saw this scene. The majestic demon god of the demon god tribe actually knelt in fear towards a youth. He even called him Boss Demon and called himself Little Brother. This gave the two of them a very bad premonition, and this premonition was very strong. What is going on? The demon god of the demon god tribe and the young man of the Firelark tribe, some of the disciples of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were extremely shocked. However, at the same time, they also had a bad premonition. Mosha, are you bringing people to help the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to destroy us? When Wang Xian saw the shameless Mosha, the corner of his mouth twitched. He asked with a faint smile on his face. How is that possible? I, Mosha, have been loyal to you my entire life. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Mosha hurriedly replied. Then, he turned his head and looked at the black-scaled elder. Imo Gue Lin, get your ass over here right now. He shouted at the black-scaled elder. The black-scaled elder staggered slightly and squeezed out a smile on his face. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. Boss, he's here. As he spoke, he also flew towards the mountain range at a terrifying speed. When he passed through the firework defense, a pained expression appeared on his face. However, his speed wasn't the slightest bit slow as he flew directly in front of Imo Sha. Boss, Imo Gue Lin forced a smile and was met with Imo Sha's cold gaze. Plop, Devil Scale was not a fool. With a plop, he immediately knelt down. Boss, my boss, how do you do? My name is Devil Scale. May I know boss's orders? He squeezed out a smile and shouted directly at Wang Xian. His words were a little clumsy. There was no other way. Imo Sha was subdued by Wang Xian. He was also subdued by Imo Sha. He was in a trance. It was like a dream. The Fire Lark tribe felt surreal when they saw the two Longevity Realm experts from the Demon God tribe kneeling in front of young Master Wang. These two powerful Longevity Realm experts had helped the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to exterminate the Fire Lark tribe. Now, they were actually kneeling here and calling themselves little brothers. Both of you, get up. Wang Xian said directly to Imo Sha and Imo Gue Lin. Today was really a pleasant surprise. Yes, yes. Imo Sha laughed and stood up hurriedly. Imo Gue Lin also stood up immediately. He felt that he was standing on Wang Xian's right and left. Tell me, why are both of you here today? Wang Xian looked at the two people on his left and right and asked with a smile. We heard that there are some reckless people who dared to provoke our boss. They traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to come here and help our boss kill the enemy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 1681. 1681 Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop 1. We heard that there are some reckless people who dared to provoke our boss. They came from hundreds of thousands of miles away to help our boss kill the enemy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Imo Sha shouted loudly. He stood beside Wang Xian and puffed out his chest. He raised his head proudly. That's right. Imo Gue Lin, who was on the left, nodded his head heavily and replied loudly. He looked at the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. You bunch of reckless people actually dare to be enemies with our boss and even kill the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Your crimes are unforgivable. As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent directly charged towards the two great factions. After Imo Sha finished speaking, his eyes were filled with admiration as he nodded his head towards Imo Sha. This little brother of his could be considered to have a good eye. The Medicine Master and the Weapon Master were completely dumbfounded when they heard Imo Sha and Imo Lin's words. Even all the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were staring blankly at the Demon God and Mo Lin who were standing beside the young man. Weren't these two longevity experts here to help them exterminate the Firelark clan? Why were they facing them now? At this moment, everyone from the Sacred Fire clan, who was dozens of kilometers away, was looking at this scene in disbelief. Two longevity experts who came from the sky came to help the two major forces exterminate the Firelark clan. Yet, they were standing beside the mysterious young man and were facing the two major forces with killing intent. This, Senior Feng Yun, get ready. Wang Xian looked at Imo Sha and Imo Gue Lin who were standing beside him on his left and right as he spoke to Feng Yun. All right. Feng Yun recovered from her shock and a mystical glow appeared in her eyes. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded her head heavily. All Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples, get ready. With young Master Wang around, we will kill our way over today. Feng Yuan held the staff in her hand tightly in excitement as she shouted loudly. Yes, kill, kill, kill. Haha, with young Master Wang around, we will kill our way over and destroy them. As soon as Feng Yun's voice fell, all the Fire Cloud Sparrow clansmen roared with excitement on their faces. Everything that had happened today was simply too dreamy. All the hope and power had been brought by the young Master Wang that their ancestor had mentioned. Kill, destroy the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. The defensive fireworks around the Fiery Cloud Mountain range dissipated. Everyone from the Fiery Cloud Sparrow clan charged forward with excitement. Emo Sha, you guys help Feng Yun to fight against the Medicine Master and the Item Master. Wang Xian's eyes flickered with a cold killing intent as he spoke to Emo Sha and the rest. Kiki, Boss Missouri, leave it to us. What Medicine Master and Item Master? They are just two pieces of trash. Emo Sha immediately shouted loudly. His eyes were ice cold as they locked onto the Medicine Master and Tool Master. They were filled with killing intent. You dare to provoke our boss? Die. Emo Gue Lin's body moved and directly attacked the Tool Master and Tool Master. Kill. Feng Yun's eyes shot out terrifying flames when she saw the two of them attacking. She raised the phoenix staff in her hand and directly stepped on the clouds. Demon God, you don't keep your word. Damn it, damn it. When Medicine Master and Weapon Master saw that Emo Sha had helped the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan attack them, they looked extremely embarrassed. They even had the thought of retreating. There were 3 longevity experts on the other side, including the former captain of the Fire Cloud Personal Guards and the new demon god whose demonic aura spread far and wide. Each of these 2 people was stronger than them. Now, together with the demonic scale trio, they were working together. Kill. Wang Xian couldn't care less about what the Medicine Master was thinking. He moved his body and took the lead to attack the 200,000-strong army of the 2 major forces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above his head, the 5 elements millstone floated, and a yin-yang taiji diagram appeared under his feet. Kill, kill, kill. The expressions of the 200,000 experts of the 2 major factions changed drastically when they saw the Firecloud Sparrow clan charging over. Kill. A group of half-step Wansho experts immediately ordered loudly. Kill. All the disciples gritted their teeth and roared loudly. However, compared to just now, they had completely lost that invincible aura. All of them knew that this time, their 2 major forces were going to fall. 5 elements millstone, suppress. Wang Xian roared loudly. The 5 elements millstone with a radius of 20 kilometers appeared directly in the sky. The gray energy charged directly at the 200,000 people from the 2 major forces. Defend. More than 20 half-step longevity experts saw the terrifying 5 elements millstone and immediately shouted in unison. Young Master Wang, we are here to help you. The elders of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan immediately flew over. The battle was triggered. Boom. A terrifying collision was heard and blocked the attacks of Wang Xian and everyone from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The combined strength of the 2 major forces was much stronger than the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Take the half-step Wansho masters as an example. There were more than 20 of them from the 2 major forces. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and Wang Xian only had about 15 of them. There was also a gap in the other top-notch combat strength. Kiki, Boss Missouri, let me help Boss solve some problems. At this moment, a gigantic dark palm directly attacked the 20-odd half-step Wansho masters in the sky tens of thousands of meters high. Oh no! Oh no! The Medicine Master and the Weapon Master looked extremely embarrassed when they saw Emo Sha suddenly attacking their subordinates. The clan elders of the 2 large forces also revealed expressions of shock. Dodge, quickly dodge. The 20 over people hurriedly shouted and fled in all directions. The palm of darkness, which covered an area of 50 kilometers, directly descended at a terrifying speed. All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop fled in all directions with terrified expressions. Ah! Ah! However, soon after, miserable cries sounded out. More than half of the 23 half-step Wancho experts were killed by the terrifying Dark Palm. 50,000 to 60,000 people were directly killed by Emo Shah's palm. The might of a Wancho expert's palm was so terrifying. Jia jia jia. Emo Shah's maniacal laughter came from the sky. Demon God, you are forcing us. The medicine master and weapon master, who were entangled by Emo Gue Lin and Feng Yun, roared with bloodshot eyes. Their auras shook violently. Flames and an ocean engulfed Feng Yun, Emo Shah, and Emo Gue Lin. At this moment, they could only try their best to pin down the three of them. Otherwise, as long as one of the three of them attacked with a few moves, all of their subordinates would die. Well done. Wang Xian looked satisfied when he saw that Emo Shah had helped them to eliminate half of the half-step Wancho realm experts. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Emo Shah. He did not expect Emo Shah to become the demon god of the demon god tribe of the Nine-God Empire. If he had known about this earlier, he would have gone to the demon god tribe and called Emo Shah over to massacre everyone. Chapter 1682. 1682 Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop 2. Dragon Kingdom in the Palm. Wang Xian looked at the 12 half-step Wancho experts in front of him, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He waved his arm, and a terrifying dragon claw appeared in the sky. It directly attacked the half-step Wancho experts in front of him. Fire Feather Phoenix Sun. Fire Feather Phoenix Sun. The voices of the Fire Cloud Sparrow Elders could be heard from the side. King versus King, General versus General, Army versus Army. 14 half-step Wancho Fire Cloud Sparrow Masters immediately released their Dharma images and attacked the half-step Wancho Masters from the two major forces together with Wang Xian's attack. We only have 12 half-step Wancho Masters. I'll do it. I'll block 2 of them. The 12 half-step Wancho Masters roared with an embarrassed expression. A few of them immediately went up to the Queen of Fire Cloud and a few powerful half-step Wancho Masters. One of the half-step Wancho Masters attacked Wang Xian directly. Wang Xian revealed a mocking expression on his face. Roar! He raised his head and roared wildly. The terrifying pressure caused the mounts of the experts to tremble slightly. A divine dragon that was 300 meters long appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, Wang Xian raised the dragon claw that was 5 to 6 kilometers in radius and attacked the half-step longevity man. What Dharma idol is this? When he saw Wang Xian transform into a terrifying creature, the expression of the elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop changed drastically. 5 elements millstone, bind. He waved his dragon claws. Following that, the 5 elements millstone in the sky released streams of gray energy onto the body of the elder from the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. Not good. The expression of the elder changed drastically. The water energy on his body was violent. A water ball with a radius of 5 kilometers wrapped around him completely. Bang, bang, bang. However, Wang Xian's 2 dragon claws combined to form a radius of about 10 kilometers. He grabbed at it forcefully. Boom! A terrifying force collided, and the gigantic water ball collapsed immediately. The clan elder at the center of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishment. A half-step to longevity wants to fight with me? A hint of disdain flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. The terrifying dragon claws landed directly on his body. A figure that was like a fly instantly fell to the ground. The terrifying force caused the ground to sink into a depth of more than 10 meters. With Wang Xian's current strength, he would be able to finish off a half-step Wancho within a few moves. Unless the 4 of them worked together, they would be able to pin him down. However, it was impossible to kill him. Every time he leveled up, he would have the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. Among those of the same level, his defense would be invincible. At the same time, his attacks were also invincible. What? Seeing how Wang Xian instantly killed an elder who was half a step away from longevity, the expressions of the experts at the peak of the life and death elixir workshop and the holy item forging workshop changed drastically. They had already lost half of their half-step longevity experts in one move from Mo Sha. Now, another one was killed in an instant. This was simply a disaster for them. Let's clean up the level 8 and level 9 insightful void martial artists first. Wang Xian looked down at the battlefield below. There were more level 8 and level 9 insightful void martial artists in the two major factions than the Fire Lark clan. 5 elements millstone, suppress. Wang Xian looked at the dozens of level 9 insightful void martial artists gathered together and waved his dragon claws. The 5 elements millstone in the sky was emitting a heavy aura. The 5 divine dragons on it roared and charged down directly. Not good. Clan Elder, save us. Seeing the 5 elements millstone emitting a destructive aura, the expressions of the dozens of experts at level 9 of the see-through realm changed drastically. They quickly pleaded for help. Stop! The clan elders of the two major factions shouted hurriedly. However, their words sounded like they were joking. How could Wang Xian stop? Let's join hands to resist. 30 to 40 experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage roared loudly. They activated their Dharma images and attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. Bang, bang, bang. However, the 5 elements millstone was like a millstone of death. It directly crushed the 30 to 40 experts at level 9 of the Void Interpretation stage. The powerful destructive attacks caused them to die immediately. It was not a fight of the same level at all. In the middle of the battlefield, continuous screams could be heard. Aoyao led the strange demon clan and made their move. There were 500 strange demons at the level of level 6 of the Void Interpretation stage. The Fire Lark clan undoubtedly had a huge advantage. This was especially so for the strange demons who were assassinated on the battlefield. In less than a minute, they had assassinated more than 1,000 experts of the Void Interpretation stage. In this battlefield, they were extremely terrifying. Stop him. Just as Wang Xian was about to make a move, 2 figures flew toward him. 2 half-step longevity realm experts. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as a smile appeared on his face. He swayed his huge body and waved his dragon claws as he attacked directly. Dragon head under the heavens. At the same time, the second Dharma idol was cast. The enormous dragon head appeared in the sky. It was like a mythical creature, imposing and overbearing. Below, the mounts and demonic beasts of the 2 forces below the 5th rank of the profound void martial stage lay on the ground, trembling. The suppression of their bloodlines made them unable to use 50% of their strength. How is this possible? How strong is this young man? A shocked voice came from the mouths of the 2 half-step Wancho cultivators. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Run. Disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop, run back to the Life and Death Herb Garden. Run. Disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop, run back to the Weapon Peak. At this moment, the sound of nuclear bombs being continuously bombarded came from tens of thousands of meters above the ground. The voices of the Pill Master and the Weapon Master suddenly came. Their voices were filled with panic. With 2 against 3, they felt a great pressure in less than 2 minutes. Reaching the longevity realm and comprehending domains. The longevity realm was a battle of domains. The Medicine Master and the Weapon Master's domains were about the same size, about 80 kilometers in area. The Devil Scales domain was close to theirs, but Patriarch Feng Yun's domain was over 100 kilometers, much more than theirs. As for Amo Sha's domain, it was even more terrifying, reaching a radius of about 150 kilometers. It was almost twice as large as theirs. After a short confrontation, the 2 men's faces turned somewhat pale. They were certain that in 5 minutes at most, the 2 of them would die in the siege of the 3 men. This made them have no choice but to give the order to flee for their lives. What? Flee? We aren't their match. Flee immediately. The orders of the Weapon Master and the Medicine Master completely caused all the disciples of the 2 large factions to lose their fighting spirit. They all turned around, wanting to flee back on the path they had taken. At this moment, only those who could escape would be able to survive. Their fighting spirit had completely disappeared. The two of you still want to flee. Stay here for me. Feng Yun's dignified voice sounded from the sky as she raised the phoenix staff in her hand. An enormous fire phoenix appeared in the sky and attacked the weapon master. Chapter 1683 1683 Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop 3. Kill. We can't let them escape. Chase after them. The disciples of the two major forces fled frantically into the distance. Behind them, the Queen of Fire Cloud and the clan elders shouted out their orders excitedly. Chirp, chirp. In the sky, the fire cloud sparrow flew, and the fiery rain fell towards the ground. You two major forces still want to escape? Wang Xian looked at the two half-step Wanshou masters who were trying to escape as well as everyone from the two factions. A cold expression appeared on his face. 10,000-mile dragon body. Divine dragon tail swing. The last two Dharma images that were used to strengthen the body were unleashed. In an instant, Wang Xian's body size had reached a terrifying size of 15 kilometers. A radius of 15 kilometers was equivalent to 15,000 meters. The tallest mountain on Earth was less than 9,000 meters. If Wang Xian were to return to Earth, he could easily crash into Mount Komalangma with just his physical body. That was how terrifying it was. Buzz. His gigantic body swept across the sky, causing everyone in the surroundings to reveal shocked expressions. 15,000 meters. What kind of monster was this? What Dharma idol? However, what made everyone from the two forces even more terrified was that this terrifying creature that was 15,000 meters suddenly appeared 10 kilometers in front of them. The gigantic dragon head stared at them with its cold and majestic eyes. It made all the experts and disciples from the two forces feel a chill in their hearts. What? Teleportation? How? How is this possible? Isn't he an expert that's half a step away from longevity? Teleportation? This creature can actually teleport. This is too terrifying. Don't be afraid, everyone. He only has the strength of a half-step Wanshou. Kill. Everyone, use all your strength to kill. With Wang Xian's teleportation, a terrifying body of 15,000 meters appeared in front of the disciples of the two major forces. This shocked everyone. Following that, a group of half-step Wanshou and the elders of the two major forces gritted their teeth and shouted at everyone. The remaining 100,000 people had a desperate look in their eyes. Attack! Kill our way out! Everyone let out a loud roar. Nearly 100,000 divine arts and Dharma idols flew towards Wang Xian. That terrifying energy completely drowned him. Not good. Kill, kill, support young Master Wang. All the experts from the Fire Lark tribe behind roared loudly. One after another, attacks were launched at the two major forces that were escaping. Let's try our strongest defense. It's the Dharma idol that we haven't used yet, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl. Wang Xian didn't panic at all when he saw all the attacks coming at him. His body shook, and the Yin-Yang Tai Chi pattern appeared in front of him. It was different from the Yin-Yang pattern. The black and white spots were replaced by the dark and light divine dragons. Around the picture, the 5 elemental divine dragons were entrenched. The strongest defense, the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, appeared around Wang Xian and completely blocked him. Boom, boom, boom. Dense attacks landed on Wang Xian's body, and the sea of energy directly covered him. Sensing the fluctuations of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Wang Xian revealed a smile. Young Master Wang. From behind, the worried figure of the Fire Lark tribe could be heard. Roar. Wang Xian raised his head. With a deafening dragon roar, the surrounding energy was directly dispersed. His undamaged body appeared in front of everyone. What? How is this possible? Is he an expert of the longevity level? Seeing that Wang Xian did not have any injuries on his body, the disciples of the two major forces revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian swung his gigantic tail, and swept towards the nearly 100,000 people in front of him. Dodge, dodge. A panicked voice was heard. The disciples of the two major forces quickly scattered in all directions. Kill? Young Master Wang has stopped them. Let's kill. However, at this moment, all the experts of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had already chased after them. The attacks landed on them, one after another. In an instant, the 100,000 people had dispersed completely. Among them, 1/3 of them died under the attacks of the Fire Lark clan's experts. On the ground, the corpses fell down like dumplings. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile as he hunted down the half-step longevity experts one after another. I can't accept this. I'm the master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. I'm the master of the Artifact Forging Workshop. I can't accept this. Demon God, you are a despicable person who goes back on his words. I curse you to die a horrible death. At this moment, a miserable sound covered all the sounds. Everyone was slightly shocked as they looked towards the sky hurriedly. TSK, TSK, you are a dead person. You curse me to die a horrible death. I'm really scared. Emo Shah's mocking laughter rang out. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of spitting out fresh blood rang out once again. However, this time, it was the pale-faced medicine master. He instantly took out a crystal that seemed to contain an entire world from his mouth. The crystal emitted a faint aura. He directly placed it into his mouth. Space, teleport. He roared loudly. His face was incomparably red as he tore apart the suppression of the domains and disappeared. The medicine master actually escaped? Emo Shah's dissatisfied voice sounded. At the same time, a corpse fell from the sky. The corpse is. A trembling voice came from the disciples of the two forces, especially the disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. They looked at the familiar figure who was slowly falling from tens of thousands of meters in the sky without any signs of life. They were all shocked. He had fallen. There was actually a 10,000-year-old expert who had fallen. This was the strongest expert on the continent, an existence known as a demigod. A terrifying expert with a 10,000-year lifespan. And now, he had actually fallen. Bang! The corpse fell heavily onto the ground, smashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone in the Holy Item Forging Workshop trembled violently. It's over. It's over. Their Holy Item Forging Workshop was completely finished this time. The weapon master was killed, and what awaited them was destruction. All the experts and disciples of the Holy Item Forging Workshop were in despair. Boom! All the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop had blood-red eyes. They burned all their strength and even their lives as they scattered and fled in all directions. They had collapsed. The two forces that were second only to the empires had completely collapsed. The weapon master is dead. Run, run, run. Everyone in the Holy Item Forging Workshop fled in all directions in a daze. However, there were only a few who could escape. Haha, we've won. We've won. The old ancestor is mighty. Young Master Wang is mighty. Quick, quick. Don't let them go. Don't let them all escape. The death of the weapon master was extremely exciting for everyone in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Once a longevity expert died, it meant that they had won this war completely. This made all the members of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, who had been suppressed for more than a year, full of smiles and joy. Chapter 1684 1684 Life and Death Pill Workshop and Holy Item Forging Workshop 4. The fall of the weapon master, the fall of a demigod expert, and the desperate escape of the medicine master caused the two forces to be completely defeated. Everyone desperately fled into the distance, while the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan chased after them. It wasn't until Patriarch Feng Yun made his move in the sky that several half-step longevity experts were easily left behind. Out of the 200,000-strong army, only 10,000 to 20,000 people managed to escape their pursuit. The rest of the people all fell in front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range. Haha, we defeated the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. Our Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is the strongest. It's all thanks to young Master Wang that the two experts of the demon god tribe are on our side. Excited voices came from the mouths of all the fire cloud sparrows people. They had thought that today would be a battle of near death, but they didn't expect it to be a one-sided massacre. Out of the two forces, 200,000 legions, 90% of the people had died here. There were even longevity level experts and weapon masters left here. Hiss. The weapon master of the Life and Death Pill Workshop was actually killed. A longevity expert has died. It's been a long time since a longevity expert has died on the continent. Who is that young man? Why is the demon god of the demon god tribe so respectful to him, to the extent that he is like a slave? And that young man's strength. He clearly hasn't reached the realm of Wansho, but he has the ability to teleport that only a Wansho expert can do. Once the item forging workshop's item master dies, the number 1 forging workshop on the continent will be destroyed very quickly. Report this to the clan leader immediately. This war has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The artifact master has actually fallen. The surrounding scouts hidden in the void watched this war with faces filled with shock. From the time the two longevity experts of the demon god tribe joined the fire cloud sparrow tribe to the time the artifact master was killed, the entire battle only lasted for 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, the two great factions suffered a crushing defeat. The powerful Wansho expert and the youth that could grow to over 10 kilometers in size attracted the attention of all the forces. Let's go. Let's hurry up and leave. Let's leave this place and return to the Sacred Fire Clan. Everyone from the Sacred Fire Clan, who had stayed far away from the battlefield, had shocked expressions on their faces when they saw the battle quickly end. When they had left, a disciple had directly said that their Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was about to be exterminated. The current situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. They did not dare to stay here any longer. 1 longevity level corpse, 20 half-step longevity level corpses, more than 100 9th level void interpretation corpses, 8th level 7th level corpses. There are more than 9,000 corpses above the void interpretation level. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the entire battlefield and revealed an excited expression. The resources of these corpses could bring about a huge increase in the strength of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the resources in the interspatial rings of each corpse would reach a terrifying level. Furthermore, just by relying on the resources in these people's interspatial rings, Wang Xian's strength would be able to achieve a breakthrough. After all, these were the core disciples and powerhouses of the two major forces. At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon eyes looked to the right. His gaze was directed at the members of the Sacred Fire Clan who were about to leave. A wave of dragons might directly enveloped over 2,000 of them. Whoosh! As they were about to leave, the members of the Sacred Fire Clan who were flying into the sky instantly felt their breathing stop. Their faces revealed a look of fear. The 4 elders turned around with great difficulty. They looked at the mysterious young man who had already transformed into a human and was staring at them coldly. Their expressions were uncertain. Around them, some of the Fire Lark clan's experts also sensed Wang Xian's gaze and immediately looked over. Congratulations to all the Fire Lark clan members for defeating 2 major factions. Congratulations! Seeing that many people were looking over, the 4 elders of the Sacred Fire Clan had a change in expression. They squeezed out a smile, cupped their hands, and said with a smile, "Congratulations? When we left, you said that our Fire Lark clan would be exterminated very soon." A Fire Cloud Sparrow elder said with a cold expression, "That's right, you ungrateful wretches. Without your help, we would have been able to obtain victory. We fought against our opponents. Aren't you a little surprised?" Some Fire Cloud Sparrow disciples stared at them with cold expressions and their bodies drenched in blood as they mocked. "How could this be? We can't wait to be happy for you. Everyone, we'll return first." The faces of the 4 elders turned black. The disciples behind them also had sullen faces. As they spoke, they prepared to leave immediately. "You ingrate, don't leave. Kill him." However, at this moment, Wang Xian's cold voice rang out, causing the bodies of everyone from the Sacred Fire Clan to stiffen slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, the two elders from the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan and the group of elders instantly surrounded the Sacred Fire Clan. Now that young Master Wang had saved the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan, his words were more useful than the Fire Cloud Queen. You, what are you doing? We are the Sacred Fire Clan. We are the citizens of the Phoenix Dynasty. When the 2,000-plus members of the Sacred Fire Clan saw the Fire Cloud Sparrow expert glaring at them with murderous intent, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted out in a stern manner. Do it! Patriarch Fengyun, who was standing in the distance, swept his gaze over and directly gave an order to the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan's expert. Yes. The two clan elders and the group of elders revealed sinister expressions. They immediately raised the weapons in their hands. Terrifying energy condensed, and the faces of everyone from the Lin Sacred Fire Clan revealed terrified expressions. No, no, you can't kill us. Our Sacred Fire Clan, our Phoenix Dynasty, will not let you off. You can't make a move. Everyone from the Holy Fire Clan looked terrified as they shouted out loud. Oh! However, Wang Xian and Patriarch Fengyun had already given the order. How could they stop? The attacks landed on the Holy Fire Clan one after another. There was no room for them to resist. Senior Fengyun, get ready. We will attack. Wang Xian took a glance at the members of the Sacred Fire Clan who had been exterminated. There was not a hint of emotion on his face. The Sacred Fire Clan was a member of the Phoenix Dynasty. Soon, they would have a huge battle with the Phoenix Dynasty. The Sacred Fire Clan was the enemy. All right, the two major forces have attacked us. Now that they have been defeated, we can counterattack. Destroy them completely. Make the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop disappear from the stage of the continent. Fengyun nodded her head heavily. Her eyes revealed a cold expression. Leave some people from the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan to guard this place. The rest of the insightful Emptiness Realm experts will follow us on our expedition. Fengyun's order sounded. All the disciples of the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan nodded their heads excitedly. Queen of the Fire Cloud, please leave the medicinal pills and spiritual herbs here for me. Let's go. Wang Xian said to the Queen of the Fire Cloud as he looked at Emo Sha and Devil Scale. This time, his level could be raised by at least one level. Chapter 1685. 1685 with the strength of 1685 million years. Let's go. Let's pass the news to our family immediately. Quick, pass the news to the Emperor. The Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan actually wiped out more than 2,000 members of the Sacred Fire Clan. This time, the Sacred Fire Clan wants to stay out of the matter and not help the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan. It's not unexpected for the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan to wipe them out. Let's go back immediately. In the sky around the Fire Cloud Mountain Range, the scouts who were hiding in the surroundings immediately spoke up when they saw Wang Xian and the Fire Lark Clan's experts flying towards the direction of the two major factions. The Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop had suffered a huge defeat. The owner of the item had even fallen. The Holy Item Forging Workshop was definitely doomed. For a faction that had already been destroyed, the families and sects they belonged to would be able to gain some benefits from it. For example, the shops of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. At this time, they could completely annex them without any scruples. Young Master Wang, where should we go first? Fengyun and the insightful Emptiness Realm expert from the Fire Cloud Sparrow Clan followed behind him and asked him. I will bring Emo Sha to the Heaven Herb Valley. If you guys are interested, go to the Weapon Peak of the Holy Item Forging Workshop. We will gather at the Life and Death Herb Garden. Wang Xian said to Fengyun. All right, let's go to the Weapon Peak first. Fengyun nodded. Emo Gue Lin, follow everyone from the Fire Lark tribe. Emo Sha instructed Emo Gue Lin. It's the demon god. Emo Gue Lin nodded. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at Emo Sha and said directly. All right, Boss Missouri, I'll bring you to teleport. Emo Sha nodded with a smile. With a shift of his aura, he led Wang Xian to teleport to a place 150 kilometers away. For experts in the realm of longevity, they could teleport as far as the area covered by their domain. If they were to use teleportation to travel, they would need to shift their domain perception. They could teleport for an instant in a dozen seconds. Of course, if they were in a fixed domain, they could teleport without restrictions. However, in a battle between longevity experts, there would be domain suppression. In this domain, it was very difficult for the weak to teleport. With Emosha leading the way, their speed was extremely terrifying. They could cover a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers in less than half an hour. Boss Missouri, ahead is the Heavenly Medicine Valley. TSK. I heard that there are many spiritual herbs here. Now that their formation is activated, it will take some time if we want to break it. When he came to the side of the Heaven Herb Valley, Emosha's eyes were glowing as he stared at the valley formed by the 10 peaks. The surroundings of the valley were already surrounded by the formation. It would take him at least a few hours to break a longevity-level formation. Break the formation, Wang Xian said to Emosha directly. The formation in the Heaven Herb Valley was an offensive formation. As long as he got close, he would be attacked. He could not enter directly. Kiki, all right. Boss Missouri, leave it to me. Emosha let out a strange cry. His body moved, and he arrived directly above the Heaven Herb Valley. Buzz. A wave of demonic aura that blotted out the sky covered the entire Heaven Herb Valley. What happened? Not good. Someone is attacking our valley from the outside. Inside the Heavenly Medicine Valley, a half-step Wancho realm expert and 5 level 9 profound void tier felt the vibration of the array formation outside, and their faces were filled with shock. They raised their heads to look at the sky, and when they saw the Emosha, whose demonic chi surged to the sky, their faces were filled with fear. Longevity expert. There's actually a longevity expert attacking our Heaven Herb Valley. Quick, immediately contact the Medicine Master. The array formation is enough to last until our Medicine Master arrives. Within the Heaven Herb Valley, the people inside said with an embarrassed expression, Jejia, don't even think about Medicine Master coming over. Right now, he can't even protect himself. All of you inside, immediately open the array formation. I can spare your lives. If you don't open it, wait for me to enter. I will make all of you wish you were dead. At this moment, Emosha's voice sounded from above. His words caused the expressions of everyone in the Heavenly Medicine Valley to change drastically. He's lying to us. We can't open the array formation. That's right. He must be lying to us. Everyone in the Heavenly Medicine Valley didn't believe it. This was one of the 2 most important medicinal gardens of their life and death pill workshop. They were able to guard this place because they were loyal to the life and death elixir workshop. It was impossible for them to open the formation just because of Emosha's words. They immediately sent the situation here to the herb owner. However, what frightened them was that there was no news after more than an hour. Emosha didn't continue to say anything. With his strength, he could open the formation in 5 to 6 hours. Wang Xian stood at the side and watched quietly. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at the entire Heaven Herb Valley. His current dragon energy and the resources in the Heaven Herb Valley were sufficient for him to advance to the 6th level of the see-through realm. In addition, he could at least accumulate 60 to 70% of the dragon energy for the 7th level of the see-through realm. If he were to take down the Life and Death Herb Garden, Wang Xian guessed that he should be able to advance to the 8th level of the see-through realm. He, who was at the 8th level of the see-through realm, would possess the strength of the 3rd level of the longevity realm. He would definitely be a pile of fat meat. Time passed slowly. Everyone in the Heaven Herb Valley had cold sweat and fear on their foreheads. They were anxiously waiting for the Medicine Master to rescue them. Unfortunately, the Medicine Master was unable to protect himself now. Boom. More than 5 hours had passed. The longevity realm formation was shattered with a loud bang. Hee, so many spirit herbs. Hee. An excited voice came from Emosha's mouth. He stared at the experts of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and waved his arm. Boom. The terrifying black flame killed everyone. Longevity level spirit tree. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Emo Sha excitedly scanned the entire medicinal garden. His eyes shone with greed. Boss Missouri, the formation is open. However, his greed did not cause Emo Sha to lose his mind. The current him was just a younger brother. Wang Xian moved his body and kept the corpse inside his interspatial ring. Following that, Wang Xian flew into the attribute herb gardens one by one. Stay outside and guard, Wang Xian said to Emo Sha, and started to harvest the spiritual herbs quickly. Emo Sha could only stand in the air covetously. If these spiritual herbs were given to him, he would also be able to break through to the second level of longevity. I'll first increase my strength. Only when I reach the longevity realm can I be considered to be on the path of the strongest in the transcendental continent. Wang Xian waved his arm and swallowed the spiritual herbs into his stomach. With Emo Sha guarding him, he didn't have any scruples. The dragon energy was increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, the yin and yang poles have been further strengthened, strengthening your dragon claws. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening your dragon claws with the yin and yang poles. The dragon kingdom in your palm has been strengthened. Chapter 1686. 1686-16. 86 million years old. Name, Wang Xian. Race, yin-yang dragon of 5 elements, man and dragon in 1. Level, Dongshu 6, dragon transformation 3. Dragon glass, 32,123. 11,276. 4,000,100,000,000 billion. Avatar, rules the water tribe below its level. Devourer of life to extract dragon glass. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, soul capture, spirit possession, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Possessing dragon palace, level 3. Members of dragon palace, 20093. Roar roar. A low roar came from the valley of heavenly herbs. Wang Xian stood on the ground and raised his head. A terrifying aura shot up to the sky. Around him, the 5 elemental divine dragon and the yin-yang divine dragon appeared. The 5 elemental divine dragon entered his body, and the yin-yang divine dragon slowly landed on his arm. The powerful light and darkness forces made Wang Xian's arm look like the right hand of a god. Listening to the system's voice and looking at his attributes in his mind, Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. He had finally stepped into the realm of longevity-level combat strength. He was very, very close to the strongest person in the transcendental continent. He raised his arms and felt as though he could reach out and grasp the stars. Hiss, he has broken through. His current strength. At this moment, Emo Sha, who had been watching the sky with envy, felt the aura coming from Wang Xian. He took a deep breath and revealed a shocked expression. He's not weaker than me. He's not weaker than me at all. In fact, he has a power in his body that I'm extremely afraid of. Emo Sha revealed a solemn expression, and his expression slowly collapsed. I, Emo Sha, have been wise all my life. It seems like I'm going to fall at the hands of this person in the future. That mysterious heart and the attributes he displayed. I only have this heart for a few days, and I am confident that I have the chance to step into the legendary godly state in the supernatural continent. Now that he has that heart, doesn't that mean? Emo Sha's eyes flashed. He saw how Wang Xian had achieved a breakthrough so easily and was emitting such a terrifying aura. What he needed to think about was not how to break free from his control, but how to please this master in front of him. He had a premonition that the master of the supernatural continent might change hands in the future. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared beside him in an instant, causing Emo Sha's pupils to constrict slightly. He didn't sense Wang Xian's arrival just now. Hee hee, congratulations to Boss Missouri for your breakthrough in strength. In the future, you will ignite the divine fire and build your divine kingdom. It is only a matter of time before you become the god of the supernatural continent. Unify the Transcendence continent and live forever. Emo Sha quickly bowed and shouted at Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at Emo Sha, who was beside him, and smiled faintly. Let's go. Let's head to the Life and Death Herb Garden. Yes, boss. Emo Sha immediately nodded his head heavily. His gaze swept across the area and realized that all the spiritual herbs in the entire Heaven Herb Valley had been taken away. Let's go. At this moment, he felt a binding force. He didn't resist. In an instant, they appeared at a distance of 200 kilometers. 200 kilometers of teleportation was the furthest distance that Wang Xian could travel. His teleportation was different from the domain of a true longevity expert. He used his perception and powerful strength to arrive instantly. Emo Sha felt such a distance and was filled with shock. To be able to teleport 200 kilometers in an instant just after breaking through was terrifying. He could already feel that his strength was probably inferior to Wang Xian. As he continued to teleport, all the scenes were rapidly regressing. Wang Xian was like the legendary immortal on Earth. Boss, the location in front is the Life and Death Herb Garden. I guess with the speed of the herb owner, he should have entered the herb garden not long ago. The Life and Death Herb Garden was located in a grassland. A 1,000-meter-long river ran through the entire grassland. The Life and Death Herb Garden was located beside the river in the middle of the grassland. There was an incomparably huge water and wood essence here. If one cultivated the water and wood attributes here, their speed would increase by more than 10 times. Especially the location near the Life and Death Herb Garden. It was a paradise that could be ranked at the front of the entire continent. The defensive formation in the Life and Death Herb Garden has been activated. Looks like the owner of the herb is here. Wang Xian squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the area in front, which was covered by the azure water curtain. The area was about 50 kilometers in area. Vaguely, there were manors that looked like European castles in the area. The castles were about 1,000 meters tall and looked magnificent. It was just like the castles in legends. In front of the castle was a city called the Main City of Life and Death. There were over 10 million people in the Main City of Life and Death. These people were all direct disciples of the Life and Death Medicinal Pill Workshop. At this moment, everyone in the city looked at the location of the Life and Death Medicinal Garden in astonishment. That was their holy land. What shocked them was that all the formations in the Holy Land were activated. The longevity level defensive formations and the longevity level offensive formations were activated one by one. The longevity level formations would only be activated during times of crisis. At this moment, the news of the complete defeat of their two major forces had yet to reach them. Now that the formations were suddenly activated, everyone in the Life and Death Elixir Workshop was extremely surprised. Let's go. Wang Xian stood in the air and moved his feet slowly. Boss, with the combination of 2 layers of level 2 longevity array and a level 1 longevity array, it will be difficult for us to enter. Without 3 or 4 longevity experts, it will be impossible to break their array. We can only enter when Devil Phoenix Cloud and the rest arrive. Emo Sha stared at the array in front of him and said with a slight frown, "No need." Wang Xian smiled and continued to walk into the Life and Death Herb Garden. Who dares to fly above our Life and Death Elixir Workshop? Come down quickly. At this moment, a cold shout came from the Life and Death main city below. 5 experts at level 5 of the see-through void tier flew directly towards the sky and glanced at Wang Xian and Emo Sha with arrogance and coldness. "Kiki, we are here to take the dog head of your medicine master. How dare you bunch of small fries make a ruckus?" Emo Sha looked at the 5 reckless people and waved his arm. Pung pung pung. The 5 corpses directly fell into the city. Emo Sha did not conceal his voice at all, directly resounding throughout the Life and Death main city. What? Who is so arrogant? Not good. Our 5 deacons have been killed. At this time, in the city below, when everyone heard Emo Shah's arrogant words, their faces revealed cold expressions. One after another, figures flew directly towards them. 2 profound Void Tier 9 experts, a group of experts at the 8th rank and below. These were the disciples of the Life and Death Pill Workshop that had stayed behind to guard the city. Hiki, the artifact master of the Saint Item Forging Workshop, has died. Next, it's up to you, Medicine Master. Open the formation and come out to die. Emo Shah swept a glance at the group of people flying over, completely ignoring them as he roared towards the Life and Death Pill Garden. Chapter 1687. 1687, Under the Power of 16. 87 million years of life. Come out and face your death. Come out and face your death. Wang Xian and Emo Shah hovered in the sky proudly and stared at the Life and Death Herb Garden in front of them. The echoes reverberated in the entire sky. The experts in the Life and Death main city were stunned when they heard Emo Shah's words. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Who are you people? How dare you insult our herb master? You deserve to die 10,000 times. The expressions of the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop changed drastically as they roared with killing intent. Our medicine master went to exterminate the Fire Lark clan. The 2 of you dare to cause trouble at our Life and Death Pill Workshop? Go. Devil God, you treacherous fellow. The one who should die is you. It's you. The old man in the lead roared at Emo Shah sternly. However, an incomparably furious voice suddenly sounded. This voice caused the expressions of the experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop to change drastically. It's the Medicine Master's voice. Heavens, the Medicine Master has returned. What happened? Gulp. Demon God? Could it be? Could it be? The expressions of the 10 over profound void martial experts from the Life and Death Pill Workshop changed drastically. Their bodies could not help but retreat by more than 10 meters. In the city below, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, and a trace of fear slowly appeared on their faces. TSK, the Weapon Master is already dead. Next, it's your turn. Emo Shah laughed sinisterly, his gaze fixed on the figure at the top of the castle in the Life and Death Pill Garden. The Pill Master, who was dressed in white and blue clothes with 2 life and death embroidered on his chest, had a ruddy complexion, and his blood-red eyes were staring at Emo Shah. The unhealthy red color was obviously because he had consumed a powerful medicinal pill. It's impossible to kill me. Even if all 3 of you come here, you won't be able to break through the defense of the Life and Death Herb Garden. Haha, there are enormous spirit herbs and medicinal pills in the Life and Death Herb Garden. With enough spirit stones, even if you attack outside for 100 years, you won't be able to break through it. Just you wait, just you wait. In the future, I will turn into a ghost and entangle around you, killing all of your disciples, all of them. The Medicine Master's expression was incomparably malevolent as he roared at Emo Shah. His entire person was like a devil. It was over. Everything was over. The 2 great factions had led almost all of their core disciples to exterminate the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Now, 90% of them had died there, and the Weapon Master had fallen directly. With the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's strength and the demonic god tribe, their Life and Death Pill Workshop had completely fallen. Even now, he could barely keep his little life. Everything was caused by this demonic god in front of him. If they hadn't betrayed their trust and suddenly joined the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, how could they have been so miserable? The faction that had stood for nearly 100,000 years had actually been destroyed in his hands. It caused his heart to be incomparably sorrowful and indignant. TSK, Medicine Master, do you think you still have this chance? Immediately open the formation, or else I'll slaughter all the disciples in your Life and Death main city. Emo Shah heard the Medicine Master's words and spoke in a dense voice. A terrifying killing intent directly filled the entire space. Darkness surged out from his body and slowly covered an area of 150 kilometers, enveloping the entire Life and Death main city. Heavens, this? What a terrifying killing intent. I feel my entire body become incomparably cold. The toolmaster actually died, and our life and death pill workshop. It seems that only the medicine master escaped. What exactly happened? Don't kill us, don't kill us. Darkness covered the area, and sounds of terror rang out from the city below. The dozen or so people in the sky trembled even more, and their bodies directly fell downwards. Within Emosha's domain, a single thought from him could cause everyone to die. This was the terrifying aspect of the longevity experts. They were worlds apart from the profound void realm. Haha, kill, demonic god. I swear that I will return everything that happened today to all of you 100-fold or 1,000-fold. The medicine master's expression was malevolent as he crazily roared. His words caused Emosha to slightly raise his brows. Within the city, everyone who heard their medicine master's words revealed a terrified expression. No, medicine master, don't give up on us. Their faith had collapsed. The invincible medicine master in their hearts had actually given up on them. This caused all of them to feel as if they had lost their souls. They looked towards the sacred land with fear on their faces. Unfortunately, the barrier of the array had caused them to be unable to see the noble medicine master of the past. At this moment, they could only see his incomparably savage face. Good. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Today, I'll let you personally watch as I kill everyone in your life and death pill workshop. Kiki. Emosha let out a strange cry. His face was filled with a violent killing intent. Just kill the medicine master. Wang Xian waved his hand to stop Emosha from killing. As he spoke indifferently, his body moved. The yin-yang taiji diagram appeared around him and enveloped Emosha within it. His body moved, and he flew straight to the front. Emosha was slightly stunned. He didn't ask any more questions and followed behind obediently. It's all because of you, you little bastard. If it wasn't for you, that treacherous devil god wouldn't have attacked us. You damn little bastard. I will kill you with my own hands in the future. No, I won't kill you. I will make your life a living hell and torture you for 1,000 years. Hee, you still want to charge in? Let me tell you, you're delusional. When the medicine master saw Wang Xian and Emosha charging in this direction, he continued to roar with his blood-red eyes. Everything was because of this little bastard. However, just as he was about to finish his sentence, Wang Xian led Emosha and penetrated through the formation. The formation that could seriously injure a level 1 Wanshou master landed on Wang Xian's body and was blocked by the yin-yang dual polarity diagram around him. The formation that could block the entrance of a level 1 Wanshou master was actually penetrated by him gently. There was no obstruction at all. As the herb owner was speaking, his mouth was still open. When he saw Wang Xian and Emosha entering the formation, he was completely stunned. He slowly closed his mouth and pursed his lips. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Kiki. Emosha was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian bringing him in so easily. Then, he started to laugh out loud. You, how could you? Demon God, let me tell you, you are the only one here. If I were to fight you to the death, you will also die here today. The medicine master who was standing at the top of the castle could not help but take 2 steps back. He looked at Emosha with a face full of shock and fear. He had already witnessed Emosha's strength. He was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Emosha, protect the spiritual herbs and the castle in the life and death herb garden. I want to test my strength. Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, swept his gaze across the life and death herb garden. A hint of passion flashed across his eyes. His gaze landed on the herb owner. He raised his eyebrows and said directly, "It's the boss." Emosha immediately nodded and looked at the stunned medicine master at the side mockingly. Chapter 1688. 1688 was easily killed. Just you little bastard. While the medicine master was in a daze, he saw that Wang Xian was actually going to fight with him. His ferocious face broke into a smile, and his blood-red eyes stared at him disdainfully. When they were in front of the Fire Cloud Mountain range, the medicine master had also witnessed Wang Xian's strength. He was an expert who was at the peak of half-step longevity. Although he was very strong, it was impossible for him to challenge Wang Xian. Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Without any hesitation, he appeared beside the medicine master in a flash. What? The medicine master's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Xian, who had teleported to his right. He raised his palm and attacked Wang Xian's chest. Boom. Wang Xian smiled. He waved his right hand as well and welcomed the attack directly. His entire arm was emitting a grayish energy. The moment he activated it, it was as if there was a Taiji diagram wrapping around his arm. Wang Xian, whose strength had increased to the 6th level of the see-through void tier, had his dragon claws strengthened by the yin and yang poles. The strengthening of the yin and yang poles could allow Wang Xian's defense to reach a terrifying level. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Wang Xian were to die, his dragon claws would not wither. They would be like the body of a god, immortal and indestructible. Even if an expert of the 1st level of longevity was to stand there and attack continuously, he would not be injured. This was the terror after the strengthening. Bang! The huge force collided, and the fists and palms collided. The face of the medicine master still had a hint of malevolence. The water flow in his palms stirred. Looking over, it was as if there was an ocean churning in his hand. However, very quickly, the medicine master's expression stiffened. The ocean in his hand was like an incomparably large mountain peak that directly fell into the center, causing seawater to splash in all directions. Crack, crack. A crisp and intense sound was transmitted over. His body directly flew backwards at a terrifying speed. Boom. In an instant, the corpse landed on the defensive barrier of the formation and let out a muffled sound. You? How is this possible? Aren't you at the half-step longevity realm? The medicine master's arm drooped to the side of his body. He stared at Wang Xian in shock and roared in a low voice. I've just advanced to the longevity realm. I'll use you as a sparring partner. Wang Xian smiled. His body flashed again, and he appeared directly in front of the medicine master. Get lost. A Wanshou master who has just advanced wants to fight with me. The medicine master's expression changed drastically. His body emitted a bright blue light, and a staff appeared on his chest. He took out a pill with his trembling right hand and put it into his mouth. The injuries on his arm were recovering at a terrifying speed. What a waste. Wang Xian looked over and waved his arm. It turned into a 10-meter-long dragon claw and attacked the herb owner. Azure Domain, suppress it. The herb owner roared, and the entire life and death herb garden was instantly covered by the blue water energy. The power of the domain. Is this the domain? Sensing the domain with his own body, Wang Xian's body shook. He went up to the 5 elements grinding mill and stepped on the yin-yang tai chi. Suppress? He shouted loudly. The azure blue light disappeared at a terrifying speed. The 5 elements millstone was the sky while the yin-yang tai chi was the earth. It completely neutralized the domain. What domain is this? The medicine master's blood-red eyes scanned the sky and the earth. His expression was extremely ugly. Dead people, there's no need to know too much. Wang Xian flew directly towards the medicine master. The domain was neutralized and filled, preventing them from teleporting. The moment he flew, his body transformed into the body of a divine dragon. The body of a divine dragon that was 500 meters in size was considered a huge existence in the Transcendence continent. Roar, roar. Wang Xian laughed maniacally. He felt that his entire body was filled with powerful strength. The invincible dragon claws attacked the medicine master directly. You want to kill my medicine master? Impossible, impossible. I have lived for more than 8,000 years. How can I be defeated by a little bastard? The master looked at Wang Xian, who was flying over. He held the staff in his hands tightly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Countless sea creatures appeared out of thin air from within the staff and attacked Wang Xian directly. Thousands of creatures flew out in an instant. It was as if they were summoned by the god of the sea and attacked him violently. Enjoy my strongest attack, Azure Tear. The herb owner, who was holding his staff tightly, grinned as he stared at Wang Xian. At this moment, he was holy and powerful. Hee, let me tell you. The one who killed you is the Yin-Yang Five Elements Divine Dragon. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. You can go to hell now. Wang Xian stared at the densely packed water energy sea beasts in front of him and smiled coldly. Ocean, I am the king. He extended his dragon claws and moved his body. He clawed at the sea beasts that were blocking his way. The sea beasts that were formed from the water element were unobstructed. What a terrifying body. The herb master's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian, who was pressing forward. Dragon claws of the yin-yang and five elements, die. Wang Xian extended his dragon claws, and the entire dragon claw expanded by dozens of meters. The sea beasts dissipated one by one. The gigantic dragon claw covered the herb master. No, how can a person who has just stepped into the realm of longevity be my match? The herb master's eyes were filled with disbelief when he saw the invincible Wang Xian. He raised the staff in his hands and hurled it forward heavily. However, the herb master, who was less than 2 meters tall, was like an ant in Wang Xian's dragon claw. The dragon claw covered him directly. His attack landed on the dragon claw without any fluctuation. He exerted strength and clenched it. Ah! A miserable scream came from the dragon claw. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. His body moved and immediately transformed into a human figure. On the ground, a corpse that had lost its vitality was lying there quietly. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. Boss is invincible. Emo Shah, who was standing at the side, looked at the herb master, who was killed, in shock. He quickly shouted out loud. As he shouted, his eyes were filled with shock. He had fought with the herb master and weapon master before. He was confident that he could kill the herb master. However, he could not kill the herb master so quickly and completely suppress him. All right, open the formation. Go to the city outside and bring all the treasures and elixirs over. Wang Xian was a little speechless as he looked at Emo Shah, who was cheering for him. Yes, boss. Emo Shah immediately smiled and nodded. He went to the sky above the castle and opened the formation. Kiki, everyone in the main city of life and death, listen up. Your medicine master is dead. Hand over all the elixirs and treasures in your city. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Listening to Emo Shah's voice from outside, Wang Xian smiled and teleported to the sky above the castle. 5 longevity first-grade spiritual herbs. 3 longevity first-grade spiritual trees. 2 longevity second-grade spiritual trees. There are more than 100,000 void interpretation level cultivators. Although there are many who are not mature yet, they are enough for me to improve crazily. A force that has stood on the continent for 70,000 to 80,000 years is really terrifying. Chapter 1689. 1689, the final layout of 1689. Wang Xian stood at the top of the castle and overlooked the fairyland-like area of the life and death pill workshop. Looking at the spiritual herbs and trees, his face was filled with smiles. He moved his body and plucked all the ripe spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. The Life and Death Pill Workshop was a faction that was second only to the 5 great empires. It had stood for 70,000 to 80,000 years and experienced the vicissitudes of history. It was no exaggeration to say that they could nurture more than 10,000 experts at level 9 of the profound void realm with all their resources. Of course, they had enough resources, but not many geniuses could break through to level 9 of the profound void realm. In order to break through in human cultivation, one not only needed pills, but also a strong comprehension ability. Some people couldn't break through no matter how many pills they had. If all these elixirs were given to the disciples of the Dragon Palace to consume, it would be able to directly increase the strength of the Dragon Palace to a terrifying level. However, I should temporarily increase my strength by 1 level. Wang Xian thought to himself. Boss, All the elixirs and treasures in the main city of life and death are here. At this moment, Emo Sha flew over. This bunch of poor bastards don't have many treasures at all. As he spoke, he glanced around and his eyes were filled with desire. Give it to me. Wang Xian stretched out his hand and took the interspatial ring from Emo Sha's hand. This? At this moment, Emo Sha's stuttering voice was heard. What's the matter? Wang Xian looked at him and asked directly. Boss, can you give me some medicinal pills and spiritual herbs as well? My strength is about to break through. Emo Sha rubbed his hands and asked Wang Xian tentatively. About to have a breakthrough? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. What's the current situation in the Nine-God Empire? Wang Xian looked at Emo Sha and asked. As the demon god of the Nine-God Empire, one of the nine gods, he had great authority in the Nine-God Empire. If Emo Sha could use the power of the Nine-God Empire in the future, many things would be much simpler. Boss, the Nine-God Empire is made up of 9 tribes. They are the 9 tribes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. We belong to the demon god tribe, and our strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the Nine-God Empire. The Nine-God Empire has a total of 14 longevity experts, which is the weakest existence among the 5 great empires. Now, the position of the Master of the Nine Gods is controlled by the Thunder God tribe. Thunder God is the master of the 9 gods in the Nine-God Empire, so he has the right to mobilize all the power of the 9 gods. The strength of the Thunder God should be at level 4 of longevity. The position of the leader of the 9 gods should be occupied by those who have the strength. Emo Sha said to Wang Xian, Level 4 of longevity? Then the gap between the two of you is quite big. Wang Xian frowned slightly. He still wanted to let Emo Sha control the Nine-God Empire. Then, it would be very easy for him to deal with the Phoenix dynasty in the future. Now, it seemed to be a little difficult. Boss, I am about to break through to the 2nd level of longevity. Moreover, as long as I have the resources, I will be able to improve quickly. I have the confidence to reach the 4th level of longevity within 100 years and completely control the 9 gods empire. Within 1,000 years, I, Emo Sha, have the confidence to reach the peak of longevity. Emo Sha said with a burning gaze. 100 years is too long. Wang Xian shook his head slowly. Boss, there is another way. Emo Sha hesitated for a moment before continuing. What is it? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This is to give me the spiritual herbs in the life and death pill workshop. After I consume it, coupled with all the resources of the demon god tribe, my strength will reach the 4th level of longevity in 7 to 8 months. At that time, I have the confidence to defeat the current master of the 9 gods and become the master of the 9 gods empire. Emo Sha said with confidence. Are you going to consume these spiritual herbs? Wang Xian was deep in thought. Even if Wang Xian consumed all the pills here, he would at most have the strength of level 3 of longevity. This strength was very strong. However, if Emo Sha were to advance to level 4 of longevity and take control of the 9 gods empire, the benefits would be incomparable. If Emo Sha really became the master of the 9 gods empire, it would be equivalent to him taking control of the 9 gods empire indirectly. When Emo Sha saw Wang Xian suddenly falling into deep thought, a look of anticipation shot out from his eyes as he stared at him intently. Sure, but I hope that after you consume these spiritual herbs, you will be able to take control of the 9 gods empire. Wang Xian looked at him and nodded his head. Don't worry, boss. Becoming the master of the 9 gods was once my lifelong wish. If I can reach the 4th level of longevity, I will definitely be able to take that position. Emo Sha's eyes were filled with desire as he spoke with a fiery gaze. These are mature spiritual herbs. Here. Wang Xian passed all the spiritual herbs to Emo Sha. Boss, you will be my real boss in the future. Even if they are dragons, I will still dare to do it with your command. Emo Sha looked at the interspatial ring that Wang Xian handed over. His eyes were burning with passion as his body trembled. Wang Xian smiled and didn't mind. The next step of the plan was for the Dragon Palace to enter the Sea of Extraordinariness. The Dragon and Phoenix Empire was to establish an empire and the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. After the establishment of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, there was an 80% chance that they would fight with the Phoenix Empire. At this time, if Emosha could control the Nine-God Empire, even if the Phoenix Empire was larger than the Dragon and Phoenix Empire, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The Nine-God Empire was very important to the Dragon Phoenix Empire in the future. Besides that, I have to find a base of the Dragon Palace in the Sea of Extraordinariness. Wang Xian thought to himself. The entire Sea of Extraordinariness took up a quarter of the area. The rest of the demonic beast races in the Sea of Extraordinariness were ruled by the Dragon race. Basically, the entire sea was the territory of the Dragon race. It would be difficult for the Dragon Palace to occupy a place here. He needed to find a hidden place to slowly erode the power of the Dragon race in the Sea of Extraordinary. It seems like after the matters of the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop are settled, I will have to go to the Sea of Extraordinary to find a hidden area. After I find it, I will return to the vast area. Wang Xian thought to himself. Emosha, gather some information about the Extraordinary Sea for me. Wang Xian gave an order to Emosha. With a move of his body, he entered a room in the castle. Yes, boss. I promise to send the information to you as soon as possible. Emosha replied loudly with an excited face. In less than 5 hours, Emosha sent all the information about the Extraordinary Sea. Wang Xian took the information and started to read it. Boss, the members of the Fire Lark clan are here. Time passed slowly for more than 20 hours. At this moment, Feng Yuan and the rest rushed over from the Holy Relic Forging Workshop. The Holy Relic Forging Workshop should have a lot of resources. It should be enough for me to level up by 1 level. He stood up and flew out immediately. Chapter 1690. 1690 Central Continent 1690 was shaken. Young Master Wang, all the treasures and resources in the entire weapon peak have been taken by us. Just as Wang Xian flew out, Patriarch Feng Yun and a few elders from the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan walked over and said excitedly, Senior Feng Yun. Wang Xian smiled at them. I've taken all the resources in the Life and Death Pill Workshop. I have some things that I need. Also, do you have many elixirs and spiritual herbs in the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Give them all to me. Young Master Wang, you don't have to call me senior anymore. I heard from the demon god that you've made a breakthrough and reached the realm of longevity. Young Master Wang, please call me Feng Yun. Feng Yun said with a smile on her face as she handed over one interspatial ring after another. I know that elixirs and spiritual herbs are of great use to you, young Master Wang. All the elixirs and spiritual herbs are here. In addition, there are some longevity-grade ores and metals here. As a faction that has been standing on the continent for nearly 100,000 years, their treasures are really shocking. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with excitement. In terms of heritage, the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop were much more powerful than the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan had only risen to power for less than 2,000 years. Compared to these two major factions, the gap between their heritage was huge. Even Feng Yun was envious of the treasures in the Holy Item Forging Workshop. However, she didn't leave anything behind and handed everything over to Wang Xian. Longevity-grade metal? Wang Xian took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. His eyes were filled with excitement. The elevation of the Dragon Palace required longevity-grade materials and spirit stones. There was no lack of spirit stones, but longevity-grade materials were very rare. These metal materials would be of great use to the upgrade of the Dragon Palace in the future. Keep the completed weapons for yourselves. Give me the materials. Wang Xian handed some of the items to Feng Yun. The Fire Lark tribe had suffered heavy losses in this war. At the very least, they needed to leave some resources for them. There were many weapons in the interspatial ring. It was enough to make up for the huge losses. Young Master Wang, since you don't need them, I'll give these weapons to the Empress. After the matter is settled, I'm going to make a trip to the Empress's place. Feng Yun said happily. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. The Life and Death Herb Garden of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop is a pretty good paradise. Send someone to occupy this place and make preparations for the future. I know. I've already sent someone to occupy the Weapon Peak. There's a formation here in the Life and Death Herb Garden, so it's easier to occupy it. Feng Yun nodded. Young Master Wang, are you going back after your business is over? I'm not going back. I still have some matters to attend to. Wang Xian shook his head. After chatting with him for a while, Wang Xian returned to his room in the castle. Meanwhile, Feng Yun led the Firelarks to take over the Life and Death Herb Garden in the Life and Death main city of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop. Although the Holy Item Forging Workshop is used to forge weapons, there are quite a number of elixirs and spiritual herbs. There are even a few longevity-grade spiritual herbs. These elixirs and spiritual herbs, along with the elixirs and spiritual herbs in the interspatial rings of the more than 9,000 insightful void stage powerhouses that I killed, are enough for my level to rise by another level. After returning to the castle, Wang Xian checked all the resources and made a mental calculation. Ever since he came to the central continent, his combat strength of level 9 of the see-through realm had been elevated to level 2 of the longevity realm. It was a huge boost. Get a Mo Sha to bring those elixirs over. Continue to read the information on the extraordinary sea. He laid comfortably on the bed and flipped through the information. As time passed by slowly, the news of the chief potion master of the Life and Death Elixir Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop leading all the core disciples to attack the Firelark tribe was quickly spread to the ears of the various factions. When those factions learned that the Weapon Master and Medicine Master had invited the Demon God tribe, and that the 2 longevity experts of the Demon God tribe had defected, all of them revealed shocked expressions. Especially when they saw the scene transmitted over by the scouts, all of the large factions' faces were filled with shock. Even the gods of the other tribes of the 9-God Empire were also filled with shock. The mighty demon god of the Demon God tribe had actually knelt down to a youth who had yet to reach the longevity realm. The demon god could be considered one of the top experts in the continent. What made them even more shocked was that the weapon master of the Holy Item Forging Workshop was actually killed on the spot. The leader of a faction that had existed for 70,000 to 80,000 years was directly killed. Following that, news quickly spread to the ears of all the factions in the central continent. The Weapon Peak was occupied by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The demon god went to the Life and Death Herb Garden and was suspected to have killed the Medicine Master. The Life and Death Herb Garden was occupied by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The news one by one shook the entire central continent. Even the emperors of the 5 great empires knew about this news. After all, this was the destruction of 2 top-tier factions and the death of a longevity expert. And a mysterious youth known as Young Master Wang and the assassin organization under Young Master Wang entered the sights of all the major factions. Patriarch, you have to make a decision for our disciples. The disciples who went to support the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were all killed by the crazy Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. At this moment, in the Sea of Fire of the Phoenix Dynasty, more than 10 elders stood respectfully in front of an old woman and said loudly. The old woman wore a fiery red robe, wore a crown on her head, and held a fiery red staff in her hand. She quietly looked at the information in front of her. I didn't expect such an ending. The fate of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is really good. After a few minutes of silence, the old woman slowly spoke. Send someone to investigate the background of that mysterious young Master Wang. She pondered for a moment before continuing. It's the Patriarch. The dozen or so people in front immediately responded respectfully. Prepare the palanquin. I'm going to the Phoenix Palace. After another few minutes of silence, the old woman spoke. Patriarch, are you going to enter the palace for an audience? An old man asked in puzzlement. The disciples of our sacred fire clan can't die in vain. His Majesty the Emperor has invited them to return to the Phoenix Dynasty. Since they don't agree, then they are no longer people of our Phoenix Dynasty. Killing the soldiers of our Phoenix Dynasty's sacred fire corps requires a price. The old woman slowly stood up as she spoke. Outside, A luxurious carriage pulled by a soaring phosphorescent beast flew over quickly. 3 half-step longevity soaring phosphorescent beasts pulled the carriage. When the old woman boarded the carriage, they quickly flew toward the Phoenix Palace of the Phoenix dynasty. The owner of the Phoenix Palace was the current second emperor of the Phoenix dynasty. The first great empress uncle had once used his own bloodline to help the great empress strengthen her bloodline, causing her bloodline to be infinitely close to the Fire Phoenix bloodline. After the empress fell from grace, he ascended to the throne and became the emperor of the Phoenix dynasty. After ascending to the throne, his strength skyrocketed. He had already reached rank 4 longevity more than 1,000 years ago. During these 1,000 years, Emperor Phoenix had roped in everyone and firmly held the entire Phoenix dynasty in his hands. The Phoenix dynasty's empress had already become history in the entire empire. Chapter 1691 1691 Sea of Transcendence. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, yin and yang, the 2 extremes of yin and yang have been further strengthened. The dragon head has been strengthened. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening the dragon head with yin and yang extremes. The dragon head has been strengthened under the heavens. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Void Interpretation Level 7, Divine Dragon Transformation Level 3. Dragon Crystal, 1321233. 112.764 billion. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water race below one's own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching. Yin-Yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the sky, dragon body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang poles, Yin-Yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Dragon Palace, Level 3. Dragon Palace members, 20133. Phew, I've leveled up another level. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the life and death herb garden, smiled as he felt the powerful strength coming from his body. After Mo Sha brought all the elixirs and spiritual herbs from the Fire Lark clan and the resources in the Holy Item Forging Workshop, he had leveled up to the 7th level of the See-Through Realm. The 7th level of the See-Through Realm possessed the combat strength of the 2nd level of the Longevity Realm. His strength had once again received a huge boost. Next, I will search for a secret place in the Sea of Transcendence. Coming to the Central Continent region by myself can be considered a complete success. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. With a move of his body, he arrived at the highest point of the castle in the life and death herb garden. He scanned his surroundings. Mo Sha was squatting at the bottom and absorbing all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs in a frenzy. His strength had already risen to the 2nd level of longevity and was still increasing at a terrifying speed. In 7 to 8 months at most, his strength would reach the terrifying 4th level of longevity. Let's go to the Sea of Transcendence and take a look. Wang Xian looked towards the north of the river in the life and death herb garden. At the end of the river was the Extraordinary Sea, the largest ocean in the Extraordinary Continent. It was also the territory of the Master of the Extraordinary Continent. Wang Xian moved his body and teleported a distance of 400 kilometers. The surrounding area of the life and death herb garden was a grassland with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. There was nothing for him to investigate. After more than 10 consecutive teleportations, an incomparably huge ocean appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. At a glance, the entire ocean gave off a majestic and vast feeling. The waves were a few hundred meters high. Other than the seabirds in the sky, there were no other ships in the entire ocean. The ocean was the territory of the dragon race. Even if it was the 5 great empires, they could not sail in the ocean without the consent of the dragon race. yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes. Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly. His yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes swept forward. A radius of 400 kilometers appeared clearly in his mind. Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon and entered the vast extraordinary sea. His body swayed as the dragon swam in the sea. The beautiful seabed appeared in his sight. Wang Xian's body swam rapidly. There are some sea beasts over there. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw a group of sea beasts wandering at the bottom of the sea. He charged forward directly. The powerful dragons might cause the sea beasts to float in the sea in fear and worship Wang Xian. As the divine dragon of the master of the sea, the king of the sea, any demonic beast that was lower than Wang Xian in realm did not dare to make a move upon sensing his strength. In fact, Wang Xian was now able to rule all marine creatures below the 7th level of the see-through realm. Even if there was a divine dragon, it would still be under Wang Xian's control under his draconic aura. He continued flying forward. All kinds of creatures were densely packed in the entire extraordinary sea. There were gigantic sea beasts and all kinds of seaweed. As he was near the sea, the level of the sea beasts was not very high. Wang Xian was in a good mood as he swam freely in the extraordinary sea with so many sea beasts. He continued flying forward. In less than half an hour, Wang Xian had flown tens of thousands of kilometers under the sea. When he reached the depths, void interpretation-level demonic beasts and ferocious beasts would occasionally appear. With a glance, he could see a few of them. The strength of the creatures in the extraordinary sea was somewhat beyond his expectations. If I were to move the Dragon Palace into the extraordinary sea, the resources and ferocious beasts here would be sufficient for the Dragon Palace to achieve a terrifying increase in strength. Wang Xian thought to himself. After swimming for more than 50,000 kilometers, he did not encounter any powerful demonic beast species. The Dragon Palace could definitely move to the region near the sea. From the position near the sea, he slowly moved towards the inland sea. What's ahead? Just as Wang Xian continued to swim for more than 1,000 kilometers, numerous underwater peaks appeared in his line of sight. There were hundreds of mountains with a depth of 10,000 meters. There was a huge hole in each of the peaks. Clearly, it was a nest. Around the mountains, there were demonic beasts that were as big as 2 meters and looked around like seahorses. The entire mountain range seemed to be the domain of a demonic beast. He hesitated for a moment before moving his body and flying directly towards the mountain range. Which demonic beast dares to trespass the territory of the Alastair Dragon King? When Wang Xian flew over, the patrolling seahorse demonic beasts flew over one after another. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at Wang Xian. Dragon King Alastair? Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the words of the beasts. Soon after, his eyes lit up. His body shook and his dragon might enveloped more than 10 seahorse beasts. A strong pressure made them submit instantly. Is Dragon King Alastair a member of the Dragon Clan? Wang Xian asked curiously. Yes, he is the king. Dragon King Alastair is a member of the Great Dragon Clan. It is said that he was expelled from the Dragon Clan for committing a crime. The 15 demonic beasts knelt in the ocean and spoke respectfully to Wang Xian. They were all demonic beasts at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm and could be easily ruled by Wang Xian. How strong is Dragon King Alstoy? Wang Xian was filled with interest as he looked at the largest mountain peak in the middle of the mountains. His eyes were sparkling. Half-step longevity. Dragon King Alstoy has the strength of a half-step longevity realm. His powerful physical body is extremely terrifying. The 15 demonic beasts answered respectfully. Half-step longevity? Bring me there. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The owner of the supernatural continent, the most powerful creature on the supernatural continent. Wang Xian had never seen it before. This time, he was able to see the difference between the dragon race on the supernatural continent and the divine dragon race. Yes, my king. The 15 sea-scaled horse demon beasts immediately led Wang Xian into the cave. Wang Xian glanced at the cave entrance in the mountain peak. There were sea-scaled horse demon beasts living inside. Sea-scaled horse demon beasts were of the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. However, in the face of the powerful dragon race, they could only serve as subordinates, even if the other party was a dragon king who had been expelled by the dragon race. Dragon King Alistair is inside. A group of sea-scaled horse demon beasts brought Wang Xian to the center of the cave. They pointed at the entrance of the cave and said, Chapter 1692. 1692 The Invincible Dragon Race of 1692. Roar. Who is disturbing my Dragon King's slumber? The bottom of the extraordinary sea was located in the middle of a mountain peak at the bottom of the sea. It was the largest mountain peak. When Wang Xian and the rest flew over, a majestic and cold voice came from the cave in the mountain peak. What happened? Who dares to disturb Sir Dragon King Alistair? At this moment, from the surrounding mountain peaks, a 5 to 6 meter-sized sea-scale horse demonic beast flew out from the cave. When they saw Wang Xian's figure, their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they stared at him. Who is disturbing me? At the entrance of the cave on the central mountain peak, a slender neck and head stretched out. It looked like a lizard's head with black scales on its neck. The entire head and neck were about 5 meters in size. Its cold eyes were like poisonous snakes, devoid of any emotion. It stared at Wang Xian disdainfully and sized up his body. All of a sudden, a hint of greed appeared in the eyes of the Dragon King of Altair. He stared at Wang Xian's body and had a desire to devour him. I'm hungry. I can eat you. He was slightly shocked and 2 huge wings slowly extended out. The 2 wings were about 10 meters in size and had a slightly bloated body. He stared at Wang Xian. From this creature, the Dragon King could feel a desire from his bloodline. He longed to devour the creature in front of him. Moreover, he had a premonition that if he devoured the creature in front of him, he would be able to evolve. This made his cold and emotionless eyes reveal a hint of fervor. Dragon King, we will help you kill him. Just as the Dragon King finished speaking, a dozen sea-scale horses at the 7th to 9th level of the void interpretation realm immediately shouted loudly. Their mouths opened slightly, and terrifying water elemental attacks were brewing. Is this the dragon race of the supernatural continent? While the Dragon King was sizing up Wang Xian was also sizing him up. Wind Elemental Asian Dragon, Half-Step Longevity, Extractable Divine Crystal, 0, 1. Wang Xian was astonished when the attributes of the Dragon King appeared in his mind. Divine Crystal? This is an energy that is higher than the Dragon Crystal. When one's realm reaches the realm of longevity, the Dragon Crystal will be converted into Divine Crystal. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. The level of the bloodline of this wind elemental Asian dragon was not low. Even if it was placed in the universe, it was considered to be a medium-level bloodline. They had the opportunity to ignite the divine fire, condense the divine spark, and establish the divine kingdom. As expected of the master of the supernatural continent, the strongest race, he thought to himself, reckless creatures. Since they dare to disturb the Dragon King's slumber, they shall become the Dragon King's food. In the surroundings, a group of sea-scale horse demonic beasts attacked Wang Xian directly with water swords. Dragon King Alistair raised his head high and came out of the cave. His dragon tail, which was more than 10 meters long, was swaying. He stared at Wang Xian from above and opened his ghastly mouth. The mucus was flowing inside, and he was prepared to devour the creature in front of him that made his blood throb. You're courting death. When Wang Xian saw more than a dozen sea-scale horses attacking him, he waved his dragon claw gently and the water sword collapsed. Their bodies flew directly into his mouth. No, Dragon King, save us. Sensing an invincible force, more than a dozen sea-scaled horses roared in fear. What? The cold-blooded pupils of Dragon King Alistair contracted slightly. His eyes were filled with shock. Gulp. Wang Xian opened his dragon mouth and swallowed the sea-scaled horse demonic beasts directly. It was unknown where this group of demonic beasts got their confidence from. His body had already reached 500 meters, and they actually dared to attack him. He looked at the Dragon King in front of him mockingly. With a wave of his dragon claws, a terrifying suction force was sucked toward him. Longevity, you are a longevity-level creature. Stop, Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, am the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. If you dare to kill me, the entire Dragon Clan will not let you off. You will have no place to stand on the extraordinary continent. Dragon King Alstoy's expression changed slightly as he felt the powerful suction force. However, there was no fear in his eyes. He continued to shout coldly. As expected of the master of the entire continent. Such arrogance. Wang Xian looked at Dragon King Alstoy's arrogant manner, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Soul Catcher. He waved his cold eyes and used Soul Catcher directly. Buzz. A terrifying energy invaded the mind of the Dragon King of Alstoy. The Dragon King of Alstoy's face stiffened and his eyes revealed a look of horror. He stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. He was a well-known dragon from the extraordinary mainland. Someone actually dared to kill him. Dragon race. When Wang Xian retrieved all of Alstoy's memories, he spat out 2 words softly. He sat quietly at the bottom of the sea, digesting the memories of Dragon King Alstoy. Alstoy, the disciple of the dragon race's water race and the Dragon King of the dragon race, was expelled for killing a disciple of the dragon race. In the dragon race, there were 3 races, the water dragon race, the wind dragon race, and the fire dragon race. When the 3 races reached the half-step longevity realm, they could be called the Dragon King. From the 1st stage to the 5th stage of longevity, they could be called the Dragon Emperor. Above the 5th stage of longevity, they could be called the Dragon Emperor. In the Dragon Clan, according to Alstoy's memories, there was a dragon god, but this dragon god did not seem to have truly reached the mirror of God. In the entire Dragon Clan, there were more than 10,000 Dragon Kings. Above the Dragon King, there were no less than 5,000 longevity-level dragons. In the entire extraordinary continent, all the demon beast races had to obey the orders of the dragon race. Even a few of the longevity-level demon beast races. As for the fierce beasts, under the powerful pressure of the dragon race, they could be controlled directly. In other words, in the entire extraordinary sea, hundreds of thousands of demon beast fierce beasts at the profound void level were all subordinates of the dragon race. Phew! Time passed slowly. As the Dragon King who had lived for more than 6,000 years, he had a lot of memories. 2 days later, Wang Xian took a deep breath. There was a hint of shock and silence in his eyes. There are more than 5,000 members of the Dragon Clan who are above the longevity realm. There are more than 10,000 of them who are half a step away from the longevity realm. This strength is really terrifying. No wonder the Dragon Clan is known as the master of the continent. They are an invincible existence. No wonder Alistair was not afraid when he faced himself. Wang Xian was very surprised. There were about 100,000 members of the dragon race. They were born with the strength of a level 9 extraordinary. After they were in their 50s, they possessed the strength of a level 4 profound void martial artist. Just thinking about it was terrifying. According to what he knew, there were less than 100 longevity experts in the entire 5 empires combined. How terrifying, how terrifying. The extraordinary continent, the invincible dragon race. Chapter 1693. 1693 Hunting the Dragon Clan. Wang Xian was shocked as he digested the information in his mind. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Invincible. It was the best description for the Dragon Clan. However, this is what makes it interesting. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with a strong fighting spirit. His pair of dragon eyes stared sternly at the unconscious Alistair Dragon King in front of him. He opened his dragon mouth and swallowed Alistair into his stomach. Ding! Devour the half-step eternal dragon. Raise the divine crystal 0-1. A surge of majestic energy rapidly entered his body, and the divine crystal transformed into the dragon crystal. When Wang Xian saw that the dragon crystal had increased by 1%, he revealed a shocked expression. It increased by 1% directly. Doesn't that mean that I only need 100 Dragon Kings to increase my strength? I can even increase my strength by devouring a few Dragon Emperors of the first level of longevity? Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression. He pursed his lips and his dragon eyes flickered. The dragons of the supernatural continent possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon and belonged to the level of dragon species. However, the level of their dragon species was not very high. There was also a huge amount of energy in their bodies. Wang Xian was only at level 7 of the see-through realm. It was not strange for him to be able to level up after devouring 100 half-step long-lived dragons. Before I reach level 4 in the Dragon Palace, I must not enter the Sea of Extraordinariness. In addition, I can hunt dragons in the Sea of Extraordinariness. As long as I kill 100 Dragon Kings, I can level up. If I kill 1,000 of them, I can level up again. Wang Xian found a way to level up quickly. This was similar to when Wang Xian first obtained the system. He was weak and could level up by devouring some small fish. Now that he had entered the Sea of Transcendence, he had the same feeling. He could level up by devouring some dragons. So what if they are the invincible races of the continent? As long as I don't encounter the powerful Dragon Emperor and the Dragon King, the dragons won't know that they are the ones who did it. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. Wang Xian gritted his teeth and decided to hunt down the dragons. According to the memories of Dragon King Alistair, there is a Dragon King of the dragons tens of thousands of kilometers ahead. Wang Xian thought to himself. He swayed his 500-meter-long body and flew straight ahead. The dragon eyes of the yin-yang and 5 elements swept across. In an instant, he was already 400 kilometers away. Following that, he flashed continuously. The distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was not very far. After entering the territory of another Dragon King, Wang Xian stared straight ahead. Hurry up, you bunch of slaves. Hurry up and prepare the food for Dragon King Akele. In front of them was an island. On the island, a group of demonic beasts were roaring at the humans. Every human's eyes were filled with fear. Among them, there were some brutal demonic beasts who were chewing on human corpses and staring at them. This Dragon King sure knows how to enjoy himself. To think that there are more than 100,000 humans serving him. Wang Xian looked down. Beside the island was a volcano. A figure of more than 20 meters was entrenched on it. Majestic, powerful, and inviolable. Buzz. Wang Xian teleported and appeared beside the fire dragon. Under his astonished gaze, Wang Xian waved his arm and performed soul capture. Following that, he didn't digest his memory and devoured it directly. At the same time, the powerful dragon's aura covered an area of 400 kilometers. The terrifying aura instantly caused the demonic beasts and humans on the island to kneel down in fear. It's the Dragon King who is angry. Damn humans, hurry up and prepare the food. A type of crocodile-like demonic beast opened its huge mouth and roared with cold eyes. However, at this moment, a force instantly covered them. All the demonic beasts stiffened and were directly dragged into the ocean, flying towards Wang Xian. Roar! Wang Xian growled in a low voice and devoured all the demonic beasts. Following that, he moved and teleported to a place 400 kilometers away. As for the humans on the island, they were able to escape without demonic beasts. Entrenched at the bottom of the sea for tens of thousands of meters, he quietly absorbed the memories of this Dragon King. A day later, he stood up slowly and continued to fly towards the depths. The dragon race was a type of creature with high intelligence. Their intelligence was not weaker than that of humans, and they were considered to be living in groups. Through the memories of this Dragon King, he obtained the location of a few more Dragon Kings. Furthermore, the dragons had a hobby. They liked to collect high-grade materials and spiritual herbs. Every dragon lair had a lot of treasures. To Wang Xian, this was an additional huge harvest. Through this method, Wang Xian quietly devoured one Dragon King after another, as well as the dragons who were below the age of 10,000 years. However, he was very careful during the process of devouring. He first absorbed the memories before devouring them. This was to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. With the current strength of the dragons, it was a piece of cake for them to destroy his dragon palace. Through this method, Wang Xian traveled for several million kilometers in the extraordinary sea in 5 months. In 5 months, he had killed a total of 80 Dragon Kings. There were more than 200 dragons below the Dragon King. He was only 1/10 of the distance to level up. I have basically killed all the weaker dragons in the outer area. In my memory, there are a few places where the dragons live in groups. There are more than 20 dragons there. Wang Xian sat at the bottom of the sea with a contemplative look on his face. The places where he was currently hunting the dragons were far away from the Dragon Sea. The Dragon Sea was the lair of the dragons. Once he was discovered after his failed hunt, he might be surrounded by thousands of strong dragons within minutes. He did not dare to go to the Dragon Sea, let alone the Dragon Valley within the Dragon Sea. However, other than the Dragon Sea, there were 2 places within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from him. These 2 places belonged to the paradise. It might be comparable to the life and death herb garden. However, there were dragons at the level of a dragon emperor in both places. As for the level of longevity, there was no such information in the memories he obtained. I should go and take a look. With my speed, even if I can't beat him, I can still escape in time. Wang Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the left. There was a crystal sea with crystal algae growing on the bottom of the sea. Crystal algae could reach the realm of longevity when it matured. It was an extremely precious spiritual herb. According to the memories in his mind, there were more than 20 dragons and a half-step to longevity demonic beast race there. There were thousands of such demonic beasts in the crystal sea. Soon, an area that was emitting white light appeared. The white light came from the bottom of the sea, where the crystal algae grew. Each crystal algae was more than 10 meters in size, and the one in the center was emitting milky white light. If it was on the main road, it would definitely be a place that the Empire would fight for. But this was the territory of the dragon race, and no empire would dare to set foot in it. Chapter 1694. 1694 Breakthrough and Serious Injury. The white light shone on the bottom of the sea. The sea water rippled under the white light like crystals. The name of the crystal sea came from this. In the center of the crystal sea, there were crystal-like houses standing on the bottom of the sea. Each crystal house was huge. Looking from afar, it looked like a world in mythology. The house was not made of crystal. Instead, it was a house made of ice. Under the illumination of the crystal algae, it looked like a crystal house. Inside these crystal houses, there were numerous water elemental dragons. In the middle of the crystal house that was 1,000 meters in size, there were 2 dragons living inside, 1 male and 1 female. Around them were the descendants of these 2 dragons. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the crystal sea that was about 50 kilometers in circumference. His eyes revealed a look of vigilance. Around the crystal sea, there were many cup vertebrate fish dragons guarding the surroundings. In fact, it was not considered a warning. In the Sea of Transcendence, no one dared to provoke the dragons. There are 5 cup vertebrate fish dragons that are half a step away from longevity and 13 dragons that are at the level of Dragon King. I don't know the strength of the 2 naked dragons in the crystal house. That's right, they were 2 naked dragons. They had transformed into human form and looked ordinary. They had 2 dragon horns that were about 10 centimeters long and a dragon tail that was more than 1 meter long. 1 male and 1 female were hugging each other. When a demonic beast reached the realm of Wansho, they would have the ability to transform. As for what they were doing, the pure Wang Xian had no idea. Wang Xian moved his body and attacked the surrounding cup vertebrate ichthyosaurs. With the strength of level 2 of longevity, it was easy for him to kill a bunch of demon beasts below longevity. Within a few seconds, Wang Xian devoured all the demon beasts. His body moved and his gaze landed on the crystal houses. After devouring these dragons, I will be able to break through. These crystal algae will belong to me. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He swept his gaze across the crystal house in the middle and entered the crystal house at the outermost corner. Who dares to step into my territory? Just as Wang Xian teleported into the area of the crystal algae, the muscular male dragon emperor in the middle of the room instantly sensed that someone had barged in. The moment Wang Xian entered the room, he knew that he had been discovered. That was because there was a domain covering this area. The domain of the longevity experts was very magical. When the domain was activated, even a mosquito could sense it. Who are the dragons? A cold voice continued to ring out. The two dragon emperors hovered above the crystal house and stared at Wang Xian. When they saw Wang Xian's figure, they were slightly stunned. His 500-meter-tall body, mystical dragon scales, and majestic physique surprised them. However, what surprised them was the excitement that came from his bloodline. Eat him, eat him. The two dragon emperors looked at each other and turned into a 30-meter-long water dragon. How dare you trespass into my territory? I order you to kneel down. The male water dragon emperor's cold voice entered Wang Xian's ears. At this moment, a smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. The arrogant dragon race was just as he had expected. After he arrived, the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Roar, roar. At this moment, dragon race members flew over from the surrounding crystal houses. Two people at the first level of longevity dare to be so arrogant. Wang Xian moved his body. Without any hesitation, he attacked them directly. You dare to attack us? You bastard! How dare you attack us? When the two dragon emperors saw that Wang Xian was attacking them directly, fury shot out from their eyes. The surrounding seawater began to churn. You arrogant thing, go to hell. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His terrifying dragon claws attacked the two of them directly. Due to the suppression of their strength, the two dragon emperors did not have the time to react at all. They were directly pierced into their bodies by the dragon claws. Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and devoured them directly. How dare you devour our parents? How dare you kill US dragons, even if it means going through heaven and earth? The more than 20 dragons in the surroundings looked terrified when they saw this scene. One of the dragon kings roared loudly. To the dragons, no one on this continent dared to make a move against them. No one dared to provoke them. This had been the case for hundreds of thousands of years. The arrogance and superiority that had seeped deep into their bones made it impossible for them to imagine that there would actually be a creature that dared to kill them. One had to know that in the history of the Dragon Clan, once someone dared to provoke them, the entire race of the other party would be destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a dragon emperor who took a fancy to the woman of the emperor of the empire and defiled her. In the end, the angry emperor killed her. 3 days later, tens of billions of people in the entire empire died. This was the dignity and tyranny of the dragon race. From then on, no one dared to provoke them. Wang Xian knew about this history through Soulcatcher. Therefore, he didn't have any mental obstacles in hunting the dragon race. His essence was to be both a divine dragon and a human. Roar! Wang Xian let out a low roar and swallowed the two dragon emperors directly. He looked at the terrified members of the dragon race and moved his body to swallow them all. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of light and darkness, yin and yang, the two extremes of yin and yang have been further strengthened. Your dragon body has been strengthened. Ding! Congratulations to host for strengthening the dragon god with the two extremes of yin and yang. Your dragon body has been strengthened. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level 8 of the Void Interpretation Stage, 3rd form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Dragon Crystal, 132-31233. 112-764 billion / 10000000000 billion. Divine Ability, Ruling the Water Race below its own level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation, divine ability, soul absorbing, spirit attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the sky, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Dragon Palace, level 3. Dragon Palace members, 20133. When he devoured all the dragons, the system's voice sounded and his body expanded rapidly. His body, which was originally 500 meters long, expanded to 800 meters long. The yin and yang poles on the dragon body flickered faintly. Roar. The powerful force made him let out a low roar. Phew, I broke through again in less than half a year. This speed is too fast. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. He could easily kill a dragon that was as powerful as the Lord of the continent. This made Wang Xian excited about his next upgrade. The dragon race has become my energy to upgrade my level. Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. His gaze swept across the crystal algae below, and his eyes flashed with heat. He swallowed all the mature crystal algae and kept the rest into his acceptance spiritual bag. At this moment, his acceptance spiritual bag was filled with immature spirit trees and spiritual herbs. He could plant them in the Dragon Palace when he returned. Chapter 1695. 1695 was in the midst of a breakthrough and was severely injured. Let's go to the Sea of Flames. Wang Xian looted all the treasures in the entire Crystal Sea. In the crystal houses of the 2 dragon emperors, Wang Xian even found quite a number of longevity-level materials. He moved his body and flew directly in the direction of the Sea of Flames. The Mountain of Flames was at the bottom of the Sea of Flames. There was an incomparably huge mountain of flames. The flaming mountain did not erupt. There were dozens of fire dragons there. If the Crystal Sea here could be compared to the Life and Death Herb Garden, the Flaming Sea could be compared to the Weapon Peak. It was even rarer than the Weapon Peak. Paradise. On the continent, the resources controlled by hundreds of billions of humans are not as much as the resources controlled by hundreds of thousands of dragons. This is the reason why the dragons are so powerful. Wang Xian thought to himself. When he first received the information about the dragons, Wang Xian was still very shocked. Now, the strength of the dragons made him very happy. The stronger they were, the faster his strength would increase. In just half a year, he would be able to increase by 1 level. He would have the strength of a level 3 longevity warrior. In a year, he might be able to increase by another level. In 3 to 5 years, he might be able to have the strength of a level 8 or 9 longevity warrior. Wang Xian thought happily as he flew towards the Sea of Flames. His speed was very fast. With the addition of teleportation, he arrived at the area of the Sea of Flames after more than 10 hours. There was a gigantic volcano standing at the bottom of the sea. From afar, the entire sea was extremely red. The volcano covered an area of 40 to 50 kilometers. Above the volcano, there was an entrance. The surroundings were surrounded by flaming 2-headed turtles, 2 flaming heads, and a 7 to 8 meter long heavy turtle shell on their back. It looked like it was about to explode. The flaming 2-headed turtle is only a demonic beast with a level 8 see-through bloodline. It seems like the strength of the dragons in the volcano should be about the same as the ones in the Crystal Sea. Wang Xian stared at his surroundings with his yin-yang fire dragon eyes. He could not see through the interior of the volcano due to the terrifying flames. Let's go in. He swept his gaze across the flaming 2-headed turtle in his surroundings. He swayed his huge body and flew over to devour them one by one. The flaming 2-headed turtle with a level 8 see-through bloodline was no longer able to resist him. It didn't even let out a scream. After devouring it, Wang Xian immediately flew toward the entrance of the flaming mountain. He floated to the entrance and looked down. A space with a radius of 40 to 50 kilometers appeared in his line of sight. Inside, the boiling flame lava emitted an extremely terrifying temperature. More than a dozen fire dragons were swimming inside. In the depths of the flaming mountain, there were a few huge figures. You can die now. Wang Xian swayed his huge figure and entered the interior of the flaming mountain. In the flame lava, more than 10 Dragon Clan members at the see-through level saw Wang Xian flying over and immediately looked up. What kind of creature is this? A Dragon Clan member looked at Wang Xian's huge body and revealed a surprised expression. I don't know. With such a huge body, it's not bad to be our mount. A dragon beside him said faintly. They were not afraid of Wang Xian at all. Hee hee. When Wang Xian heard their discussion, a look of amusement appeared in his eyes. The dragons from the Transcendence continent had been invincible for too long. Boom. His body accelerated abruptly. His huge dragon mouth started to swallow the dragons one by one. With a body size of 800 meters, his mouth was even bigger than theirs. With one mouth, he devoured more than a dozen dragons. Despicable creatures, how dare you eat our dragon disciples? A furious voice came from below. It was as if the entire volcano was about to erupt. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive lava shot out in all directions. One by one, bodies emitting a terrifying aura flew out from the lava. What a terrifying aura. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. His pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the dozen or so dragons that flew out. The 3 dragons in the middle were the largest. They had a huge body of 50 meters and a pair of flaming wings that were 100 meters long. There are 2 at the 3rd level of longevity, 5 at the 2nd level of longevity, and the rest are all at the 1st level of longevity. Wang Xian felt waves of terrifying aura and revealed a surprised expression. I was a little careless. He initially thought that the members of the dragon race here were similar to the ones in the Crystal Sea. He did not expect the difference to be so huge. There were actually 2 people at level 3 of longevity and 5 people at level 2 of longevity. The rest were also at level 1 of longevity. However, I can deal with them. If I devour all of them, I can accumulate at least half of the dragon crystals. Wang Xian's eyes were burning hot, and his entire body was filled with fighting spirit. Bastard, how dare you kill my dragon disciples? I will tear you into pieces. All the members of the dragon race stared at Wang Xian, and their eyes were filled with brutality. Feeling the attraction from his bloodline, the more than 10 members of the dragon race became even more violent. Roar, I want to eat you. In an instant, a dragon of the 3rd level of longevity charged directly at Wang Xian. The exploding flames and his extremely cold eyes gave Wang Xian a slight shock. Boom. 5 elements millstone, yin and yang poles. Wang Xian roared loudly. The 5 elements millstone and yin and yang taiji appeared above and below him, covering the entire volcano. Level 3 longevity. No wonder you dared to devour the members of my dragon race. However, my dragon race is the strongest race. Go to hell, you lowly creature. Explosive flame domain. The ferocious dragon race powerhouse who flew over felt the pressure from the 5 elements millstone and the yin and yang poles. His expression changed slightly. However, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. The dragon race was powerful not only because they had many powerhouses. No creature of the same level was their match. Kill this reckless creature and let them know the consequences of provoking the dragon race. In the lava, another dragon who was at level 3 of longevity let out a loud roar. He flapped his huge wings and attacked Wang Xian directly. Explosive flame domain. Explosive flame domain. A series of violent voices came out from the mouths of the dragons. They flapped their huge wings and attacked Wang Xian directly. What? Feeling the suppression of the domains, Wang Xian was slightly shocked. Explosive fire pillar. The level 3 dragon who was the first to charge over spat out a fire pillar from his mouth. The fire pillar shot towards Wang Xian, who was 10,000 meters above the ground. Roar. Extinguish. Wang Xian opened his mouth and gray flames shot out from his mouth to meet the explosive fire pillar. Boom. Boom. The gray flames were like ice, extinguishing the explosive fire pillar. What? You can actually block my explosive fire pillar. Seeing that his attack was blocked, The level 3 longevity dragon was shocked. He widened his eyes and roared, "Fire dragon wings!" His two gigantic dragon wings stirred up the sky-high flames and continued to charge toward Wang Xian's gray flames. The fire dragon wings dissipated, and so did Wang Xian's attack. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Xian frowned with a serious expression on his face. Chapter 1696. 1696 had a breakthrough and was severely injured. He was in trouble. At this moment, Wang Xian knew that he had been careless. Perhaps it was because he had been leveling up rapidly during this period of time that made him feel proud. Ever since he came to the volcanic sea, he had never placed the dragons here in his eyes. Even when he saw the two dragon clan powerhouses who were at level 3 of longevity, he still did not place them in his heart. That was because, based on his strength, he was at level 8 of the see-through void tier and had the combat strength of level 3 of longevity. Moreover, he could at least fight against 4 opponents of the same level within level 3 of longevity. However, this was for other creatures and didn't include the Dragon Clan powerhouses. After a collision, Wang Xian completely realized the strength of the Dragon Clan. It wasn't because they controlled a lot of resources, but because of their own strength. A dragon could at least deal with 2 humans of the same level. Compared to the members of the Dragon Palace, they were only slightly weaker. With his current strength, he could only fight 2 rank 3 Wanshou dragon experts. However, in this flaming mountain, it was the home of the dragon race. It was very difficult for him to kill 2 rank 3 Wanshou dragon experts in this war. Roar! Kill this despicable creature and eat his flesh and blood. At the lower position, another dragon emperor who was at level 3 of longevity let out a wild roar. He flapped his huge wings and charged over. The other 5 dragon emperors who were at level 2 of longevity followed closely behind him and attacked Wang Xian without any fear. The fire dragon wings flapped and huge dragon wings covered Wang Xian completely. Yin and Yang poles. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws. Numerous yin and yang patterns appeared around his body to fend off the attacks of the dragon wings of the fire dragon. Flaming rocks. The level 3 dragon emperor of longevity who had just started his attack wagged his tail. A fiery red glow fell into the lava and stirred. The densely packed flaming rocks attacked Wang Xian directly. The volcano within a radius of tens of kilometers had turned into a terrifying battlefield. Bang! 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 The attacks landed on the yin-yang taiji diagram, causing the entire diagram to tremble rapidly. Crack! 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 Soon, cracks appeared on the taiji diagram. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a serious expression. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Dragon head under the heavens. Dragon body of 10,000 miles. Divine dragon swishing its tail. He roared 4 times in a row. His entire dragon body expanded at a terrifying speed. A terrifying creature that was at least 20,000 meters long filled the entire volcano. The gigantic volcano was instead like a small house. Roar, what kind of creature is this? How can it be so terrifying? Heaven and Earth species. It's definitely a heaven and Earth species. There's a desire in my bloodline. If we devour it, it will be very beneficial to us. A dragon emperor of level 3 longevity stared at Wang Xian in shock as he roared loudly. We dragons are invincible. So what if they are heaven and Earth mutants? In front of the mighty dragon race, we can only die. Devour them. Another dragon emperor of level 3 longevity was filled with violent killing intent as he roared loudly. Roar! 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 The surrounding level 2 and level 1 dragon emperors of longevity responded with roars. Roar! 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 More than 10 dragon emperors of the dragon clan roared into the sky at the same time. The entire volcano began to boil. Explosive flame domain. Explode. Explosive flame domain. Explode. All the dragon emperors roared loudly. The entire volcano erupted completely. Lava gushed out from the bottom of the sea and filled the entire space. Bang! Wang Xian raised his gigantic dragon claws and attacked the dozen dragon emperors directly. Ah! The terrifying dragon claws swept across, and the three dragon emperors who were at the first level of longevity let out miserable cries. The terrifying physical strength and the power of the yin and yang five elements made the three dragon emperors who were at the first level of longevity not have the strength to resist at all. They died immediately after being hit by one strike. Kill the experts of my dragon race. After today, my dragon race will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. The two dragon emperors, who were at the third level of longevity, roared furiously when they saw the three experts of their race who died instantly. There is no one in the entire Transcendence continent that our dragon race cannot kill. My dragon race will betray you and die. The furious roar came from the dragon emperor's mouth. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly, and his heart was filled with hatred. If that's the case, I just need to kill all of you. A violent killing intent surged in Wang Xian's heart. The battle this time was due to his carelessness and arrogance. The mistake had already been made. If he wanted to escape now, he was afraid that the dragon race would use all their strength to destroy him. One must know that many factions knew that he had transformed into a divine dragon. Once he was targeted by the dragon tribe now, his future development would be in trouble. It would be fine if they didn't see his form. Now, they could only kill all of them. I don't believe that I can't kill all of you. Yin-yang five elements alms bowl. Wang Xian growled with a cold face. Almost all of his dermic forms were unleashed. The wrath of the dragon race. Below, the two dragon emperors, who were at the third level of longevity, stared at Wang Xian. They were also filled with violent killing intent. With a loud roar, the entire volcano erupted with a loud bang. Boom! The earth shook. From the outside, one could see that the entire seabed seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. One had to know that this was an ocean that was 30,000 to 40,000 meters deep. Buzz! A pillar of fire that was equivalent to the power of 4 to 5 nuclear bombs charged directly at Wang Xian. Hiss! Wang Xian looked at this incomparably terrifying pillar of fire and inhaled a breath of cold air. Void! The yin-yang five elements alms bowl on his body was activated to the maximum. His entire body turned illusory. At the same time, his two gigantic dragon claws attacked the two dragon race experts around the level 3 longevity dragon emperor. What? He actually dodged this move. The two level 3 longevity dragon emperors were shocked when they saw the power of the volcanic eruption penetrating through Wang Xian's phantom image. Buzz! Die! Aw! Screams of pain were heard. The two dragons around the level 3 longevity dragon emperor were struck by Wang Xian's terrifying dragon claws. Even the level 2 longevity dragon emperor was killed in one move. 5 level 2 longevity dragon emperors were killed. The other 7 to 8 level 1 longevity dragon emperors were also killed. Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and swallowed them. Die for us, dragon race's fire scale. Dragon race's fire scale. The other two level 3 longevity dragon emperors saw this scene and their eyes were extremely red. Their wings trembled and their tails swayed. Densely packed fire scales that covered a radius of dozens of kilometers charged at Wang Xian. The terrifying scene was like a meteorite falling from the sky when it landed in a city on Earth. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying attacks caused the yin-yang five elements alms bowl to tremble. Some of the places that were hit consecutively were torn apart. 3 to 4 meters of fire scales landed on Wang Xian's body, tearing open huge wounds. Chapter 1697. 1697, 1697's Desperate Battle. Crash. The fire scales landed on Wang Xian's gigantic body that was over 20,000 meters long. Fresh blood dripped down like rain. Each fire scale could tear open a wound that was over 1,000 meters long. The instantaneous attack caused Wang Xian's body to be filled with wounds. Hiss. Feeling the immense pain from his body, Wang Xian's eyes shot out a terrifying look. The yin-yang five elements alms bowl actually cracked under the attacks of the two dragon emperors of the third level of the longevity dragon tribe. The powerful Dharma idol that was almost invincible among the same level was actually broken. Go to hell. Wang Xian swung his gigantic dragon tail and attacked the two fire dragons directly. Fire dragon shield. The two dragon emperors roared in a violent manner. A fire dragon shield that was dozens of kilometers in size was erected to meet Wang Xian's dragon tail. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying collision caused cracks to appear on the fire dragon shield. 5 elements annihilation. The 5-colored radiance on Wang Xian's dragon tail flickered. The immense power and 5 elements annihilation were fluctuating. This is bad. What kind of creature is this guy? He is even more terrifying than US dragons when they are of the same level. The two dragon emperors were shocked. They flapped their huge wings and quickly dodged to the side. Bang! However, Wang Xian's terrifying strength landed on the two dragon emperors. The two dragon emperors were like flies as they crashed into the wall of the volcano. Their entire bodies sank into the wall. Wang Xian smiled coldly. He opened his gigantic dragon mouth and charged straight at the two dragon emperors. A grayish destructive force charged at the two dragon emperors. No matter what kind of creature you are, you will die today. The two dragon emperors' bodies were embedded into the volcano, and a large amount of blood flowed out of their mouths. They raised their heads at the same time, and a wave of rotating flames rushed toward the grayish destructive power. The two rotating fire pillars blocked the power of the 5 elements. I am the fire dragon, the flame's sovereign king. The fire in the world is under my control. The flames enter my dragon body and spread my dragon flames. The two dragon emperors roared loudly. Rolling flames gathered on their bodies. The entire volcano seemed to be attracted by a terrifying force. Endless lava gushed out. In an instant, the bodies of the two dragon emperors grew hundreds of times larger. Boom, boom. Flapping their wings, the two dragon emperors attacked Wang Xian's body from both sides. Wang Xian's face was solemn. His dragon claws clawed at one of the dragon emperors. The powerful dragon claws of the 5 elements and yin and yang were almost indestructible. When they landed on the dragon emperor's body, they immediately scraped off pieces of the lava. However, this did not cause much damage to them. Bang, bang, bang. However, each of the attacks from the two dragon emperors landed on Wang Xian's body, tearing a wound that was thousands of meters long. 5 elements millstone. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he let out a loud roar and activated his Dharma idol, 5 elements millstone. Bang! The Dharma idol, the 5 elements millstone, used a weapon and charged straight at the two dragon emperors. Every time they collided, it was like a volcano erupting. The two dragon emperors, who were engulfed in flames, spurted out blood from their mouths. Damned creatures, damned ants. I swear that I will tear your bones and skin you alive. One of the dragon emperors roared furiously. The flaming mountain beneath him trembled. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying temperature was transmitted from the bottom of the flaming mountain. It was as if the entire volcano was about to erupt. Ram! Wang Xian placed his dragon claw on the 5 elements grinding Dharma idol and pressed it down heavily. Bang! 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 The 5 elements grinding Dharma idol cracked slowly. However, the flames around the two dragon emperors collapsed rapidly. Cracks even appeared on their bodies. One of the dragon emperor's wings even melted under the powerful force of the 5 elements. Explode! The two dragon emperors roared loudly. The entire volcano shook again, and the space within began to collapse. The battle between Wang Xian and the rest was like a world-ending battle. The volcano collapsed. The lava rocks below were like terrifying rockets that shot straight at Wang Xian. There were at least hundreds of thousands of lava rocks. Wang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. His body shrunk rapidly and soon, he was only a dozen meters in size. He quickly dodged the lava rocks one by one. However, there were too many lava rocks and they almost covered the entire sky. One of the lava rocks landed on Wang Xian's body and was shattered by him. However, the densely packed lava stones caused him to spit out blood. What a powerful dragon! Wang Xian's face was a little pale. His pair of dragon eyes stared fixedly at the two dragon emperors. Gritting his teeth, he pounced toward them. Circulate the 5 elements, the pinnacle of fire. Wang Xian swooped down. The 5-colored radiance on his body began to transform and eventually turned into a flaming divine dragon. It's time to fight with my physical body. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with raging flames as he circulated the flames on his body with all his might. You dare to charge at me? Go to hell. The two dragon emperors in the lava saw Wang Xian dive down and flap their wings ferociously. The flaming wings carried the power of the volcano. The lava turned into a long spear and pierced toward Wang Xian. Suppress? The flames on Wang Xian's body trembled. An invisible aura suppressed all the fire attributes in the space. What? What the hell is this monster? The two dragon emperors looked embarrassed when they saw the flames around them had completely calmed down. You think that we dragons are afraid of you when it comes to physical strength? We are the strongest existences in the entire continent. One of the dragon emperors gritted his teeth and charged towards Wang Xian. His huge flaming wings emitted a deep red glow. Roar! The other dragon emperor roared and charged forward as well. They were not afraid of a physical strength competition. Bang! A collision sent them flying backward. Wang Xian's expression changed. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the see-through realm. Even though the divine dragon had a terrifying physical body, his realm was too high. Furthermore, the dragons from the supernatural continent could be considered as a weak dragon. I must kill them. A terrifying killing intent shot out from Wang Xian's eyes. The 5-colored light on his dragon claws flickered as light and darkness enveloped him. It was the same for his dragon head. When he unleashed his full strength, his pair of dragon horns looked extremely divine. Bang, bang, bang. The collision and slaughter of physical bodies was a very cruel and bloody confrontation. After a few consecutive collisions, the bodies of the two dragon emperors and Wang Xian were filled with injuries. However, at this moment, Wang Xian's body emitted a faint power of light, which was healing his injuries. He smiled sinisterly and continued to attack the two dragon emperors. Damn it, if this continues, we will die. When the two dragon emperors saw that Wang Xian was gradually recovering from his injuries, their hearts sank. Go to hell, you bunch of arrogant fellows. Wang Xian flew over, waved his dragon claws, and swept his divine dragon. It was the most primitive form of physical confrontation. Chapter 1698. 1698 and 1698's fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. Dull attacks rang out in the volcano. From the outside, it sounded as though the volcano was about to erupt. The dragon claws tore apart, the dragon mouth tore apart, and the dragon tail swept across. Wang Xian and the two dragon emperors trembled as they collided. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Compared to Wang Xian, the two dragon emperors looked even more miserable. One of the dragon emperors had his wings melted during the battle just now, and there were more than 10 cracks on the other wing. All of them were torn apart by Wang Xian. The other dragon emperor's dragon horns were all torn off by Wang Xian. As for Wang Xian, he was obviously much better than the two of them. If this goes on, we will be killed by this creature. Roar! We are the strongest creatures on the continent. No creature of the same level is our match. The two dragon emperors were still roaring. The appearance of Wang Xian was destroying their long-held belief in invincibility. However, if they knew that Wang Xian was only at level 8 of the see-through void tier, they didn't know if their belief would collapse completely. Detonate the volcano. One of the dragon emperors suddenly looked down and roared in embarrassment. The other dragon emperor looked hesitant. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Bang, bang. Just as the two dragon emperors were in a daze, Wang Xian's dragon claws landed on their bodies and tore open numerous wounds. Bastard, you shall stay here today. The two dragon emperors fell into the lava with furious expressions. Their bodies rolled and flew directly into the lava. You are the ones who will stay here. Wang Xian swayed his body and flew straight down. He was still controlling his attributes to suppress the surrounding flames with all his might. Boom! The moment he entered the lava, a terrifying impact was transmitted to him, causing him to lose control of the power of the suppression of the flames. This is bad. They have detonated the volcano. They want to make the volcano erupt. Such a terrifying volcano has erupted completely. It's a completely indiscriminate attack. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the two dragon emperors to be so crazy. Boom, boom, boom. The flames came crashing over, and Wang Xian's body was sent flying. In his vision, the entire planet seemed to have exploded as endless rolling lava came crashing over. What would happen if a volcano with a radius of 50 to 60 kilometers erupted completely? Such a volcano that had been deposited at the bottom of the sea for tens of thousands of meters wasn't something that the ocean volcanoes on Earth could compare to. Streams of flames rushed over, and the walls around the flames collapsed completely. Wang Xian saw the two dragon emperors spreading their wings and flying toward the sky. They want to escape. Wang Xian frowned slightly. He gritted his teeth and rushed over directly. If he let them escape, he would definitely attract the attention of the entire dragon race. He couldn't let them escape. Wang Xian moved his body and attacked the two dragon emperors directly. The lava that was spewing out landed on his body, causing his skin to turn red. The lava rocks that were spewing out collided with his body, causing his dragon scales to fall off. Do you think we are escaping? At this moment, the two dragon emperors were suspended in the air above the impact of the lava. They stared at Wang Xian with cold eyes. Let's go all out. Let's go all out and drown him. They flapped their huge wings. Streams of flames gathered around them. Two columns of fire shot toward Wang Xian from above. Crafty bastard. Wang Xian's face was gloomy. He looked at the volcano erupting at the bottom of the sea. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. The columns of fire landed on his body, causing his dragon scales to fall off, revealing the flesh and blood inside. He did not dodge or block it. The dragon energy in his body was being depleted rapidly, healing the injuries in his body. Stupid thing. When the two dragon emperors saw that Wang Xian did not dodge at all, they flapped their dragon wings even faster. Soul Catcher. At this moment, Wang Xian's yin-yang and five elements dragon eyes emitted a hint of blood. The power of Soul Catcher charged directly at the two dragon emperors. The two dragon emperors were slightly stunned. Their attack slowed down and Wang Xian teleported to the front of the two dragon emperors. He opened his mouth and swallowed the two dragon emperors forcefully. You want to swallow me? Go to hell. However, when the other dragon emperor was halfway through swallowing, an attack landed on his body. Instantly, Wang Xian was in an extremely miserable state. He endured the pain and swallowed the dragon emperor into his stomach. I finally exterminated them. This time, I was too arrogant and careless. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled bitterly as he felt his broken body. In the past half a year, he had been too arrogant and complacent. Today, he had taught him a good lesson. He had almost fallen into the hands of two dragon emperors. The dragons in this world were not so easy to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a towering flame came from below. This caused Wang Xian's bitter smile to freeze completely. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Oh no! The volcanic eruption in the deep sea within a radius of 50 to 60 kilometers caused an impact force that was not inferior to that of a level 3 dragon emperor of longevity. With Wang Xian's broken body, it was difficult for him to withstand this attack. However, before he could think about it and react, the flames struck his body. His body was almost torn apart in an instant. His entire dragon body was ejected from the surface of the water by the powerful force. Wang Xian's consciousness began to blur. He quickly used up his dragon aura to heal the injuries in his body. However, The injuries in his body were simply too severe. He flew far away with the remnants of his consciousness. However, he did not know how long it took before he fell into the sea. Under his self-protection, his dragon body shrunk to 1 meter in size. This body size was similar to the one he had become a divine dragon not long ago. His entire dragon body was more like a rotting corpse. The eruption of the volcano caused a tsunami within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Along with the waves of the tsunami, his dragon body also floated on the surface of the sea. Miss, that creature seems to be dead. We have to hurry. Wait for shouts you. It's still alive. Look, this creature is so cute, but its neck seems to have received a fatal injury and hasn't recovered. Third sister, come here quickly. How long do we have to wait for you? In front of the Golden Beach, a huge team stopped by the side. At the beach, a gentle woman was holding an unconscious creature and standing there with a servant girl beside her. In front of them, a young man's stern voice could be heard. I'm going back to the carriage. The woman looked at the young man's stern gaze and hurriedly walked into the carriage with the creature in her arms. What are you carrying? Don't bring anything messy with you. The young man looked at the creature in the woman's arms and frowned as he shouted. However, the woman lowered her head and did not respond to him. Instead, she quickly walked into the carriage. What a careless move. If we go to the imperial capital and provoke the young devil, our family clan will also suffer. The young man said from behind and directly returned to the carriage. Chapter 1699. 1699 regained consciousness. Xiao Chu, what kind of fierce beast is this? Look at his scales, they are actually 5-colored. So beautiful. He is injured, but his breathing is normal. I'll give him some pills. Miss, these are void interpretation level pills. You're wasting them. It's okay. I quite like this creature. If he wakes up, I'll raise him. Don't you think he's very cute? Our river city doesn't have such a beautiful pet. Miss, don't you think this pet is majestic? Look at his head, a few whiskers, and those colorful antlers. He looks so majestic. No, I think he's super cute. I've decided to cure him and make him my pet. When I get to the imperial city, I'll have someone to accompany me. Miss, I'll always be with you. Young Master Imo Xiaoyu might be a handsome and cool guy. It might be a good thing for you to marry him. The huge group moved quickly. In a carriage, a gentle woman was holding a creature and talking to a servant girl. The creature's head was like a camel, its horns like a deer, its eyes like a rabbit, its ears like a cow, its neck like a snake, its belly like a clam, its scales like a carp, its claws like an eagle, and its palms like a tiger. Its entire form was extremely majestic. However, because it was only 1 meter in size, its slender body made it look a little cute. You said that it has already been 3 days. I gave him several profound void tier 2 medicinal pills. Why hasn't he woken up yet? The entire group was moving at high speed. 2 days later, a gentle female's curious voice came from within the carriage. Young miss, I don't know either. The injury on his neck hasn't healed yet. Logically speaking, with so many medicinal pills, he should be able to wake up. Xiao Chu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Why do you think he fainted by the beach? Fortunately, we found him. Some fierce beast saw him and might have eaten him. The gentle woman touched the creature's head with her hand and touched his antlers, saying with affection, Miss, do you think this is an undersea volcanic eruption that washed up on the shore? Xiao Chu guessed. How is that possible? That volcano erupted a year ago. The gentle lady shook her head immediately. Wang Xian was unconscious. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious and where he was. Vaguely, he heard the voices of 2 ladies talking beside his ears. Volcanic eruption? A year ago? His dragon eyes moved, and he was slightly shocked. Miss, his eyes moved. He might be waking up. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the side. Wang Xian opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on a woman's body. A woman beside him was staring at him curiously. He's really awake. He's really awake. The gentle woman revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as she sized him up. The one who was saved was naturally Wang Xian. Feeling his weakness and such a small body, Wang Xian slowly got up. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you in the future. Wang Xian moved his body and leaned on the table beside him as he spoke indifferently. However, what surprised him was that after he opened his mouth and spoke, there was actually no sound coming out. He frowned slightly and felt the injury on his neck. The injury on my neck hasn't recovered yet. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he felt his strength. Wang Xian had to expend a huge amount of energy to cast soul capture on his neck. Soul capture was just a very special supernatural ability. It was already considered good if he could make an opponent of the same level stunned for a second. At the moment when the two dragon emperors were stunned, he devoured them. However, one of the dragon emperors reacted and launched a terrifying attack at him before he was devoured. The attack penetrated through his neck directly, causing him to be unable to make a sound. However, Wang Xian could also send voice transmissions to others through his consciousness. My injuries have not even recovered by 1%. My current strength is only at level 9 of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian didn't send a voice transmission to the two women beside him immediately. He frowned slightly as he felt the injuries on his body. He could use his dragon energy to recover his injuries directly. However, he realized that the consumption of dragon energy was too terrifying. It could even lower his level. If he were to recover every day, it would take at least a few months. Forget it. If I don't encounter any danger, I'll just recover slowly. Wang Xian thought to himself. Xiao Chu, look at his eyes. They seem to be filled with wisdom. Is he a demon beast? With such a small body, even a demon beast should be a baby demon beast, right? Just as Wang Xian was thinking, the gentle voice of a lady suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Xian's face turned black when he heard her words. A baby demon beast? What the hell? Looking at the lady sizing him up, Wang Xian laid on the table coldly, recovering from his injuries. Wow, you look so cold and arrogant. It's so cool. Don't be afraid, little guy. I won't hurt you. What's your name? Let me give you a human name. How about Mu Banlon? How about it? Your body is colorful. This name suits you well. The gentle lady's voice rang out. She stared at Wang Xian with a face full of love. Miss, this name is nice to hear. It's colorful and colorful. Hee, but it's cuter to call it Xiao Banlon. Xiao Chu, who was at the side, said with a smile. Not bad, Xiao Banlon. Hee, are you a demonic beast? I'll teach you how to speak in the future. The gentle lady said without feeling bored. My name is Mu Kaier. Isn't it nice to hear? Wang Xian opened his eyes indifferently and shot a glance at Mu Kaier. Little variegated beauty might be a little shy. Miss, it might be afraid as it has just gone through a disaster. Xiao Chu guessed when she saw Wang Xian lying there quietly. Yes, it should be. Oh right, little variegated beauty, you haven't eaten for a few days, right? Here's some food. Mu Kaier took out some food as she spoke. Wang Xian looked at the food and suddenly felt hungry. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He hesitated for a moment before grabbing the food and swallowing it. Ah, miss, look. He ate it. In a few days, he will be close to you. Xiao Chu's voice rang out, and Wang Xian's face turned black. No matter what, he had the combat strength of a level 3 longevity expert. He was now considered a powerhouse on the continent, yet he was given a name by two women and given food. He had to bear with it for the time being. Wang Xian ate the food and continued to recover from the injuries in his body. It was safer here. He was not prepared to leave for the time being. Furthermore, he knew that Mu Kaier had saved him from the seaside and fed him a few insightful void-tier elixirs. He, Wang Xian, naturally had to repay this favor. He would leave after he recovered his combat strength of a longevity expert. Wang Xian thought to himself as he lay there motionlessly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.